U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 1. The journey begins.
The sun streamed through the window of the small community center study room, casting a warm glow over the wooden table where Mark Collins sat, waiting. Today was important, perhaps more than any other day he'd had since coming to America 5 years ago. Across from him, Ann Rivers, his tutor, shuffled through a pile of papers, organizing the material for their lesson. She was known for her straightforward, no-nonsense approach, and Mark knew she was going to make sure he was prepared for the citizenship test. Mark had been preparing for weeks, but now, sitting here, he felt a sudden wave of nervousness. This was more than just a test of facts. It was about proving he understood the principles that made this country what it was. Anne looked up from her papers and smiled gently, motioning for him to sit down.
All right, Mark, let's get started. Today we'll be focusing on 3 major questions, each touching on a key element of American history and government. Remember, it's not just about getting the right answers, it's about understanding the meaning behind them. Ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Good. Let's start with something fundamental. Every country has a beginning, and for the United States, that beginning is tied closely to its war for independence. Here's your first question. Question: when was the Declaration of Independence adopted? A. July 4th, 1776. B. September 17th, 1787. C. December 15th, 1791.
Answer A. July 4th, 1776.
Correct. The Declaration of Independence was adopted on July 4th, 1776. It marked the colony's decision to break away from British rule and assert their right to self-governance. But why do you think that date is still celebrated so widely today?
I think it's because it's not just about the event itself, it's about what it represents. The birth of a nation that values freedom and the right to govern itself.
Exactly. It's a reminder of the sacrifices that were made to achieve independence and the principles that were set in motion that day, principles that continue to shape the country.
Mark nodded, feeling the weight of history. That date, July 4th, had always been a celebration in his community. But now he understood more deeply why it held such significance. Anne glanced down at her notes and moved on.
Now, let's shift focus to the framework that guides how the government functions today. Here's your second question. Question: what is the highest law of the land in the United States? A. The Bill of Rights. B. The Constitution. C. The Declaration of Independence.
Answer B. The Constitution.
That's right. The Constitution is the supreme law of the land. It lays out the structure of the government and guarantees certain fundamental rights to all citizens. What do you think makes the Constitution so important?
I think it's because it provides a clear guide on how the country is run. But it also protects the people by ensuring that their rights are respected by the government.
Exactly. It's a living document, meaning it can be amended as needed to address new challenges while still protecting the core values of democracy and freedom. It's the foundation of all laws and governance in the United States.
Mark leaned back, considering the importance of the Constitution. Back in his home country, laws often felt arbitrary, and the people didn't always have a say in how they were governed. But here, the system was different, built to include and protect everyone.
All right, here's the last question for today. This one focuses on something every citizen should be aware of: voting. Let's talk about the responsibilities of citizens. Question: what is one responsibility that is only for United States citizens? A. Serving on a jury. B. Paying taxes. C. Attending public school.
Answer A. Serving on a jury.
Correct. Only U.S. citizens can serve on a jury. Jury duty is one of the ways citizens participate in the judicial process. Why do you think this responsibility is so important?
I think it's because a jury is supposed to be made up of people from the community. Having regular citizens make decisions in court cases ensures that the law is applied fairly.
That's right. Jury service is a critical way for citizens to engage with the justice system. It ensures that the outcome of trials reflects the values and perspectives of everyday people. It's an important part of maintaining fairness and balance.
Anne stacked her papers neatly, signaling the end of the session. Mark felt the weight of the lessons settling in, not just as information to memorize, but as ideals to live by. These concepts, from the nation's independence to its constitution and the responsibilities of its citizens, were part of the path he was walking toward becoming an American.
You did a great job today, Mark. These aren't just facts to memorize, they're principles that will guide you as a citizen. Keep this in mind as you continue preparing for the test.
Thank you, Anne. I'm really starting to understand how all of this fits together. It's more than just passing the test. It's about understanding what it means to be part of this country.
Exactly. You're not just studying to become a citizen, you're learning to embrace the values that make this country what it is. Keep up the hard work, and you'll be ready.
Mark left the study room and stepped out into the cool afternoon air. The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, casting a golden light over the community center. As he walked toward his car, he felt a deep sense of purpose. This journey toward citizenship wasn't just about memorizing facts. It was about understanding the values and responsibilities that came with being part of this nation. He knew there was more work ahead, but he was ready for it. As Mark reflects on the lessons of the day, think about this. How do principles like freedom and equality impact the rights and responsibilities of citizens?
Question for the audience: why was the Declaration of Independence written? A. To declare freedom from British rule. B. To establish the U.S. Constitution. C. To create the Bill of Rights. Understanding why documents like the Declaration of Independence were written helps us appreciate the values they still represent today.
Here are 5 words and phrases related to the theme of U.S. Citizenship Test. Part 1. The journey begins.
Independence, the state of being free from outside control or support. Constitution, the system of fundamental principles according to which a nation is governed. Amendment, a change or addition to a legal document, particularly the Constitution. Jury, a group of citizens sworn to give a verdict in a legal case based on the evidence presented. Responsibility, a duty or task that one is required or expected to fulfill.
U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 2. The Building Blocks of Freedom.
The air was crisp as autumn continued its slow takeover, and Mark felt the changing season reflect his own sense of transformation. He was a few steps closer to becoming a U.S. citizen, and his lessons with Anne were beginning to shape his understanding of not just facts, but the deeper principles that built the country he now called home. As he walked into the study room for his second session, he noticed Anne already waiting, her usual stack of papers spread neatly before her. Mark took a seat, feeling a mixture of excitement and anticipation. He had thought about their last session often, about the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the role of ordinary citizens. Today, he was ready to dive deeper.
Good to see you again, Mark. I hope you've had some time to reflect on what we discussed last time.
I have, actually. It's starting to make sense now. Not just the facts, but why they're important.
That's exactly what I like to hear. Today, we're going to focus on the structures that protect the freedom and rights we talked about last time. These are the systems that allow democracy to function properly. Ready to continue?
Let's do it.
Question: what is one power of the federal government? A. To declare war. B. To build schools. C. To issue driver's licenses.
Answer A. To declare war.
Correct. Declaring war is one of the federal government's powers, along with printing money, making treaties, and maintaining an army. These powers are given to the federal government to ensure national security and manage international relations. Why do you think it's important that only the federal government has this power?
I think it's because war affects the entire country, not just one part of it. The decision to go to war has to be made at the national level so that the whole country is on the same page.
Exactly. War is a serious decision that impacts everyone, and by giving that power to the federal government, it ensures that such decisions are made with the interests of the whole nation in mind.
Mark nodded, understanding how the division of powers between the federal government and the states helped balance authority. It prevented confusion and chaos by clearly defining who could do what.
Now, let's talk about the legislative process. This is how new laws are made and how the government responds to the changing needs of society. Question: who makes federal laws? A. The President. B. The Supreme Court. C. Congress.
Answer C. Congress.
Right again. Congress, made up of the Senate and the House of Representatives, is responsible for making federal laws. Why do you think it's important for laws to go through Congress rather than just being decided by one person or group?
I think it's because Congress represents the people. By having elected representatives, the laws reflect the will of the people instead of just one person's opinion.
Exactly. The legislative process ensures that laws are debated and voted on by representatives from all parts of the country, making it a more democratic process. It's designed to be a check on power, ensuring that no one individual has too much control.
Mark appreciated the idea of having laws created through debate and discussion, representing the people's voices. It made him feel that citizenship was not just about living under the law, but having a say in how those laws were made.
All right, now let's turn to one of the key figures in the federal government, the president. The role of the president is often the most visible, but it comes with specific responsibilities. Question: what is one responsibility of the president? A. To interpret laws. B. To command the military. C. To make laws.
Answer B. To command the military.
Correct. The president is the commander-in-chief of the military, responsible for making major military decisions and ensuring the country's defense. Why do you think this responsibility is given to the president?
I think it's because military decisions often need to be made quickly, and having one leader in charge of the military helps make sure those decisions are unified and efficient.
Exactly. The president's role as commander-in-chief ensures that military actions are coordinated and decisive. However, even though the president commands the military, only Congress can declare war, creating a balance of power.
Anne gathered her papers, signaling the end of today's session. Mark felt like he was beginning to see the larger picture, the intricate balance of powers, responsibilities, and protections that kept the country running smoothly. The federal government was designed not just to enforce laws, but to protect the people's rights while ensuring order.
You're doing great, Mark. These are some of the fundamental concepts that keep democracy working, and you're starting to grasp how they all fit together.
Thank you. I'm beginning to see how everything we've talked about is connected. It's not just about knowing who does what, it's about understanding why it works that way.
Exactly. The way power is divided and balanced is what keeps the country functioning fairly and efficiently. Keep up the hard work, and you'll be fully prepared in no time.
Mark walked out into the cool autumn air, feeling a new sense of clarity. The separation of powers, the role of Congress, and the responsibilities of the president, it all made sense now. As he continued on his journey towards citizenship, Mark felt proud to understand these concepts, knowing that soon he would be part of the system that protected these freedoms. As Mark reflects on the role of Congress and the president, ask yourself, how does the balance of power between Congress and the president ensure that decisions are made fairly and responsibly?
Question for the audience: what is one responsibility of Congress? A. To declare war. B. To command the military. C. To interpret the Constitution. Understanding how each branch of government contributes to the balance of power helps us appreciate the careful design of democracy.
Here are 5 words and phrases related to the theme of U.S. Citizenship Test. Part 2. The building blocks of freedom.
Federal government, the national government of the United States, responsible for managing issues that affect the country as a whole. Congress, the legislative branch of the U.S. government, consisting of the Senate and the House of Representatives, responsible for making federal laws. Commander-in-Chief, the role of the president as the leader of the country's military forces. Legislative process, the series of steps required to create laws in the United States. Balance of power, the distribution of power among different branches of government to ensure no one branch becomes too powerful.
U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 3, Guardians of Liberty.
The days were growing shorter, but Mark's understanding of the complex machinery behind American democracy was deepening with every session. He had come to see his lessons with Anne as more than just preparation for a test. They were an exploration of what it meant to be part of a nation where freedom was carefully guarded by its institutions and people. As Mark entered the familiar study room for his 3rd lesson, he felt more prepared than ever to take on the next chapter of his journey toward citizenship. Anne greeted him with her usual warm smile, her stack of papers already neatly arranged before her.
Good to see you, Mark. How are you feeling about everything so far?
I'm feeling good. Every lesson seems to connect more pieces of the puzzle, and I'm starting to see how everything fits together.
That's what I like to hear. Today, we're going to focus on the safeguards that protect the freedoms we've been talking about. We'll discuss rights, how they are protected, and the institutions responsible for defending those rights.
I'm ready.
Question: what is the Bill of Rights? A. The first 10 amendments to the Constitution. B. The preamble to the Constitution. C. A list of all U.S. laws.
Answer A. The first 10 amendments to the Constitution.
Correct. The Bill of Rights guarantees certain fundamental rights and freedoms, such as freedom of speech, religion, and the right to a fair trial. Why do you think it was important to include these rights right at the beginning of the Constitution?
I think it was to make sure that individual freedoms were protected from the start, so the government couldn't take them away.
Exactly. The founders knew that for the government to truly serve the people, it needed clear limits on its power. The Bill of Rights was designed to prevent the government from infringing on the personal freedoms of its citizens.
Mark thought about how important those first 10 amendments were. They weren't just abstract concepts. They were real protections that impacted the daily lives of people. He had already begun to appreciate how these rights were safeguarded, but there was more to learn.
Now, let's talk about how these rights are defended and the people responsible for ensuring they're upheld. Question: what does the Supreme Court do? A. Reviews laws to ensure they are constitutional. B. Makes laws. C. Enforces laws.
Answer A. Reviews laws to ensure they are constitutional.
Correct. The Supreme Court reviews laws and executive actions to determine whether they violate the Constitution. Why do you think this is such an important responsibility?
Because the Constitution is the highest law, and if a law goes against it, it can harm people's rights. The Supreme Court makes sure that doesn't happen.
Exactly. The Supreme Court acts as a guardian of the Constitution, ensuring that no law or action taken by the government infringes on the rights that the Constitution protects. This keeps the balance of power in check and protects individual liberties.
Mark admired the idea that even laws passed by Congress or actions taken by the president could be reviewed. It showed how seriously the system took its responsibility to protect people's freedoms. Anne shuffled her papers and moved to the next topic.
Now that we've covered how laws are reviewed, let's shift focus to something you'll need to understand once you become a citizen: the importance of voting. Question: what is one amendment that specifically deals with voting rights? A. The 19th Amendment. B. The 10th Amendment. C. The 5th Amendment.
Answer A. The 19th Amendment.
Correct. The 19th Amendment gave women the right to vote, which was a monumental step toward equality in this country. Why do you think expanding voting rights has been such a central issue throughout American history?
I think it's because voting is how people have a say in their government. If certain groups are left out, it's like they don't have a voice.
Exactly. Voting is one of the most direct ways people participate in democracy, and the fight to expand voting rights has been about ensuring that every citizen's voice is heard. Over time, various amendments, like the 15th and 19th, have expanded these rights to include more groups of people.
Anne leaned back in her chair, signaling that the lesson was nearing its end. Mark felt more connected than ever to the system that had been built to protect the freedoms and rights he would soon enjoy as a citizen. He understood now that these protections weren't just handed out. They had been fought for and defended over generations.
You're making excellent progress, Mark. Today's lesson was about understanding how rights are protected and expanded. As you prepare for your citizenship, remember that the institutions we've talked about are there to ensure that those rights remain intact.
Thank you, Anne. I've learned so much about the balance between freedom and responsibility. It's amazing how these systems have been designed to protect both.
Exactly. As you continue to prepare, keep in mind that being a citizen means not only enjoying these rights, but also contributing to the protection of them. You're almost there, Mark.
As Mark stepped outside, the air felt cooler, and the sky was painted with shades of orange and pink from the setting sun. He thought about the lessons he had learned today, about the Supreme Court, the Bill of Rights, and the ongoing struggle to expand voting rights. Soon, he would not only be learning about these rights, but exercising them himself as a full-fledged citizen. The weight of that responsibility filled him with both pride and anticipation. As Mark reflects on the importance of protecting individual rights, consider this. How do institutions like the Supreme Court ensure that democracy remains fair and just for everyone?
Question for the audience: what does the 19th Amendment guarantee? A. The right to a fair trial. B. The right to vote for women. C. The right to bear arms. Expanding voting rights has been a key part of ensuring equality and participation for all citizens.
Here are 5 words and phrases related to the theme of U.S. Citizenship Test. Part 3. Guardians of Liberty.
Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments to the U.S. Constitution guaranteeing fundamental freedoms and protections. Supreme Court, the highest court in the United States, responsible for interpreting the Constitution and reviewing laws. Amendment, a change or addition to the Constitution. 19th Amendment, the constitutional amendment that granted women the right to vote in 1920. Liberty, the state of being free within society from oppressive restrictions imposed by authority on one's way of life, behavior, or political views.
U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 4, The Voices of the People.
The chilly breeze of early winter greeted Mark as he approached the community center for his 4th session with Anne. His thoughts were filled with all he had learned so far, from the foundational rights outlined in the Bill of Rights to the essential role of the Supreme Court in protecting those freedoms. Every lesson deepened his understanding, and now, with his test approaching, he felt closer than ever to achieving his dream of citizenship. As he stepped into the study room, Anne was, as always, ready with her neatly stacked papers. This time, her expression seemed lighter, almost as if she could sense that Mark was nearing the end of his preparation.
Mark, good to see you again. You've been making incredible progress.
Thank you, Anne. Every lesson feels like a step closer to truly understanding what it means to be a citizen.
That's the goal. Today, we're going to dive into how the voices of the people are heard in government through voting and representation, and how those voices help shape the country. Let's get started. Question: how many U.S. senators are there? A. 50, B. 100, C. 435.
Answer B. 100.
Correct. There are 100 U.S. senators, 2 from each state. The Senate is one of the 2 chambers in Congress, and every state, no matter its size, has equal representation in the Senate. Why do you think it's important that each state has the same number of senators, regardless of population?
I think it's to ensure that smaller states still have a voice. If the number of senators was based on population, larger states might dominate the decision-making.
Exactly. The Senate was designed to balance the influence of states with larger populations, ensuring that every state has an equal say in federal decisions. This way, all parts of the country are represented fairly.
Mark reflected on the idea of equal representation. He understood now that the government was built to prevent the domination of larger states or groups, ensuring that even the smallest state had its place at the table.
Now, let's talk about the House of Representatives, the other chamber of Congress, where representation is based on population. Question: how many voting members are in the House of Representatives? A. 50, B. 100, C. 435.
Answer C. 435.
That's right. There are 435 voting members in the House of Representatives, with the number from each state determined by its population. Why do you think it's important to have representation based on population in the House?
I think it's because people in larger states should have more representation, since there are more of them. It balances out the equal representation in the Senate.
Exactly. The House ensures that states with larger populations have a proportionate influence in Congress. Combined with the Senate, this system strikes a balance between equality of states and fairness to individual citizens.
Mark nodded, seeing the balance between the House and the Senate. It was a carefully designed system where both people and states had their voices heard. It made him appreciate how the government was built to reflect the people's will without allowing any one group to dominate.
All right, let's move on to something that ties directly into the power of the people: elections and the process of electing the president. Question: what is the Electoral College? A. A school where politicians study law. B. A process used to elect the president. C. A branch of Congress.
Answer B. A process used to elect the president.
Correct. The Electoral College is the system the U.S. uses to elect its president. Each state has a certain number of electors based on its representation in Congress. Why do you think the U.S. uses the Electoral College instead of just having a direct popular vote?
I think it's because, like with the Senate, The system ensures that smaller states have a say and that candidates don't just focus on the most populous areas.
Exactly. The Electoral College forces candidates to campaign across the entire country, not just in states with the largest populations. It's another way the system ensures that all regions and states are considered during the election process.
Anne shuffled her papers, signaling that they were nearing the end of the session. Mark felt like today's lesson had shown him another layer of the country's political structure, revealing how citizens' voices were heard through their representatives and in the election of the president.
Great work today, Mark. You're really getting a deep understanding of how the people's voice shapes the government, elections, representation. It all comes down to making sure everyone has a voice.
Thank you, Anne. It's amazing to see how every part of the system works together. It's not just about voting. It's about ensuring everyone is represented fairly.
Exactly. And as a future citizen, you'll be a part of that process. Remember, understanding these systems is key to becoming an active participant in your country's democracy.
Mark walked out of the community center, the early evening sky darkening around him. His breath formed small clouds in the cold air as he thought about the intricate balance of representation, the way the government worked to make sure every voice, including his, would be heard. With each lesson, the test seemed less daunting, and the future as a citizen seemed brighter and more within his reach. As Mark learns about the importance of representation in Congress and the Electoral College, consider this. How do you think the balance between large and small states affects the decisions made by Congress?
Question for the audience. Why do you think it's important for every state to have equal representation in the Senate, while the House of Representatives is based on population? A. To give all states, regardless of size, a fair voice in national decisions. B. To allow larger states to have more control in both chambers. C. To limit smaller states' influence in Congress. Understanding the roles of the Senate and House of Representatives helps us see how each part of Congress contributes to balancing representation for both small and large states.
Here are 5 words and phrases related to the theme of U.S. Citizenship Test. Part 4. The Voices of the People.
Senate, one of the 2 chambers of Congress, consisting of 2 senators from each state, regardless of population. House of Representatives, the chamber of Congress where the number of representatives is based on the population of each state. Electoral College, the system used to elect the President of the United States, with electors allocated to each state based on its representation in Congress. Representation, the action of speaking or acting on behalf of someone in government. Election, the process by which citizens vote to choose their leaders or decide on legislation.
U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 5. Rights and responsibilities.
The winter chill had settled in, and a light dusting of snow covered the ground as Mark made his way to the community center for what he knew would be one of his final sessions with Anne. His journey toward citizenship had been long, filled with learning about the structures, history, and values that built the nation he was on the verge of joining. The past few sessions had opened his eyes to the intricate ways the government balanced power and representation, ensuring that every citizen had a voice. As Mark stepped into the study room, Anne greeted him warmly, her usual stack of papers ready. There was a sense of finality in the air, as if both knew they were nearing the end of this stage of his journey.
Mark, it's hard to believe we're already on our 5th session. You've come a long way.
I couldn't have done it without your help. I've learned so much, not just the facts, but how everything works together.
That's exactly what this process is about. Today, we're going to focus on something that ties everything together: your rights as a citizen and the responsibilities that come with those rights. Are you ready?
Absolutely.
Question: what is freedom of speech? A. The right to say anything without consequences. B. The right to express your opinions without government interference. C. The right to refuse to follow any laws.
Answer: B. The right to express your opinions without government interference.
That's correct. Freedom of speech is one of the most fundamental rights protected by the First Amendment. But why do you think this right is so essential to a democracy?
I think it's because, in a democracy, people need to be able to share their ideas, criticize the government, and talk about changes they want. Without that, the government could do anything without the people having a say.
Exactly. Free speech allows for open discussion, debate, and the ability to hold leaders accountable. It's a cornerstone of a free society, and it ensures that all voices, even unpopular ones, can be heard.
Mark appreciated the importance of this right more than ever. Growing up, he had seen what happened when people were afraid to speak out and how it stifled progress and justice. Here, free speech wasn't just a right, it was a tool for change.
Now, let's talk about one of the other rights you'll gain as a citizen, and one that comes with a significant responsibility. Question: what is one responsibility only for United States citizens? A. Paying taxes. B. Serving on a jury. C. Obeying the law.
Answer: B. Serving on a jury.
Correct. Jury duty is one of the key responsibilities of citizenship. Why do you think it's so important for citizens to serve on juries?
Because it's a way for regular people to make sure that the legal system is fair. If only certain people made all the decisions, it wouldn't be a true reflection of the community.
Exactly. Serving on a jury ensures that trials are judged by a group of peers, people from the community, and not just by government officials. It's one of the ways that citizens directly participate in upholding justice.
Mark had always known about jury duty, but now he understood it as a vital civic responsibility. It wasn't just a chore. It was a way for citizens to actively contribute to the justice system, ensuring fairness for all.
Next, let's focus on the idea of civic participation. Being an informed and active citizen goes beyond just voting or serving on a jury. Question: what is one way Americans can participate in their democracy? A. Ignore political news. B. Write to their elected officials. C. Refuse to vote.
Answer: B. Write to their elected officials.
That's right. Citizens can and should contact their elected officials to express their opinions, ask for support on issues, or suggest changes. Why do you think this is an important part of being a citizen?
Because it keeps the government connected to the people. If officials only made decisions without hearing from the citizens, they might not know what people actually need or want.
Exactly. Democracy works best when people actively participate. By contacting representatives, attending town hall meetings, or even peacefully protesting, citizens ensure that their voices continue to shape the direction of the country.
Mark felt empowered. The idea that he could contact elected officials, even as one individual, and potentially influence decisions was inspiring. It made him realize how vital it was to remain engaged even after the act of voting. Anne shuffled her papers again, her tone softening as they neared the end of the session.
You've done a remarkable job, Mark. Today's lesson was about understanding that citizenship isn't just about rights. It's also about participation and responsibility. The more you engage with these responsibilities, the stronger the democracy becomes.
Thank you. I've come to realize that being a citizen is an ongoing process, not just something that happens once I pass the test. There's always more to contribute.
Exactly. And I have no doubt that you'll be an active and engaged citizen. You're nearly there, Mark. Just a little more preparation, and you'll be ready to take that final step.
As Mark walked out of the community center into the crisp evening air, the streetlights flickered on, casting long shadows over the snow-covered ground. He felt a profound sense of purpose. He wasn't just learning to pass a test anymore. He was preparing for a lifetime of civic engagement. The responsibilities of citizenship stretched out before him, but he was ready to take them on. As Mark reflects on the rights and responsibilities of citizenship, think about this. How do rights like freedom of speech depend on citizens actively participating in their government?
Question for the audience: what is one responsibility that is only for U.S. citizens? A. Serving on a jury. B. Obeying traffic laws. C. Attending school. Understanding these responsibilities is key to becoming an engaged and informed citizen who actively contributes to democracy.
Here are 5 words and phrases related to the theme of U.S. Citizenship Test. Part 5. Rights and Responsibilities.
Freedom of speech, the right to express any opinions without censorship or restraint by the government. Jury duty, the civic responsibility of citizens to serve on a jury in a legal proceeding, helping ensure a fair trial. Civic participation, activities citizens engage in to influence their government, such as voting or contacting elected officials. Elected officials, individuals chosen by voters to hold public office and represent the interests of the citizens. Democracy, a system of government where the people have the power to make decisions, often through elected representatives.
U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 6. The Power of the Constitution.
The winter air was crisp and biting as Mark walked to the community center for what he knew would be one of his final sessions with Anne. He had come so far, learning about the rights and responsibilities of citizenship, the institutions that protect those rights, and the ways in which citizens participate in shaping their government. The test was approaching fast, but more than that, Mark could feel himself transforming, not just into someone who could pass a test, but into a future citizen, ready to uphold and defend the values that had been instilled in him. As he entered the study room, Anne was waiting, her familiar stack of papers in front of her. Her smile was warm, but there was a sense of gravity in the air today.
Mark, it's good to see you again. You've come a long way, and today we're going to focus on something that ties everything together. The power of the Constitution. It's the document that makes all of these rights and responsibilities possible.
I've been thinking about the Constitution a lot lately. It seems like everything we've talked about goes back to it.
That's exactly right. The Constitution isn't just a set of rules, it's the foundation that supports the entire system of government. Today, we'll dig deeper into how it works and why it's so important. Question: what is the purpose of the Constitution? A. To set up the government. B. To write laws for every state. C. To create taxes.
Answer A. To set up the government.
Correct. The Constitution lays out the framework for how the federal government works and establishes the separation of powers between the branches. Why do you think having a written constitution is important for a country?
I think it's because it gives clear guidelines. Without it, people in power could make things up as they go, and that could lead to abuse or confusion.
Exactly. The Constitution provides a stable structure and ensures that no one branch of government becomes too powerful. It also outlines the rights of the people, which means those in power can't take those rights away without going through the proper legal processes.
Mark had always known the Constitution was important, but now he saw it as the backbone of everything. It was more than just an old document. It was the foundation of order and fairness, protecting citizens and preventing the government from becoming tyrannical.
Let's talk next about how the Constitution can adapt to changes. It's a living document, and that's one of the reasons it's lasted for over 2 centuries. Question: what is one way the Constitution can be changed? A. By executive order. B. By passing an amendment. C. By Supreme Court ruling.
Answer B. By passing an amendment.
That's right. The amendment process allows changes to be made to the Constitution, but it's deliberately difficult to ensure that changes are carefully considered. Why do you think it's important that the process to amend the Constitution is challenging?
I think it's because the Constitution is the foundation of the country. If it were too easy to change, people might make rash decisions that could weaken it.
Exactly. The founders made sure that while the Constitution could evolve, it wouldn't be easily altered by passing trends or temporary political pressures. This ensures that the core principles of the nation remain strong while allowing for necessary adaptations over time.
Mark thought about how much had changed since the Constitution was first written, and yet the document remained relevant. It was flexible enough to meet the challenges of modern times, but strong enough to hold fast to the principles that had guided the country since its founding.
Now, let's turn to one of the ways the Constitution protects individual rights, the separation of powers. Question: what is the separation of powers? A. Dividing power between the federal and state governments. B. Dividing the government into 3 branches. C. Dividing power between the military and the police.
Answer B. Dividing the government into 3 branches.
That's correct. The separation of powers divides the federal government into the executive, legislative, and judicial branches, each with its own responsibilities. Why do you think this separation is important?
I think it's to prevent any one branch from becoming too powerful. If all the power were concentrated in one place, it could lead to corruption or dictatorship.
Exactly. By separating powers, each branch can check the other, making sure that decisions are balanced and that no single part of the government controls everything. It's one of the key features that protects democracy and ensures that the government serves the people, not itself.
Anne placed her papers aside, signaling that the session was nearing its end. Mark felt the weight of everything he had learned: the rights, the responsibilities, and now the Constitution that held it all together. He was almost there, just a few steps away from becoming a part of this system he had come to admire.
You've done amazing work, Mark. The Constitution isn't just a set of rules, it's the framework that makes everything else possible. And now you understand how it all fits together.
Thank you, Anne. It's incredible to see how everything goes back to the Constitution. I feel like I'm really ready now.
You are, and soon you'll be a citizen, part of the system you've worked so hard to understand.
As Mark left the study room, a sense of accomplishment settled over him. The sky was darkening with early winter's dusk, and the air was cold against his skin. But inside, he felt a warmth, a sense of readiness. The Constitution, the rights and responsibilities, the checks and balances, all of it had led him to this moment. Soon, he would take his test, and he knew he would be prepared not just to pass, but to carry the values he had learned with him into his new life as a citizen. As Mark reflects on the power and importance of the Constitution, consider this. How does the separation of powers protect the country from having too much power concentrated in one branch of government?
Question for the audience: what principle prevents one branch of government from becoming too powerful? A. Federalism. B. Checks and balances. C. Judicial review. Understanding how checks and balances work is key to understanding how the government protects freedom and ensures accountability.
Here are 5 words and phrases related to the theme of U.S. Citizenship Test. Part 6. The Power of the Constitution.
Constitution, the foundational document that sets up the U.S. government and outlines the rights of its citizens. Amendment, a formal change or addition to the Constitution. Separation of powers, the division of government responsibilities into 3 branches: executive, legislative, and judicial. Checks and balances, a system that allows each branch of government to limit the powers of the others to prevent any one branch from becoming too powerful. Framework, a basic structure underlying a system, concept, or text that provides support or guidance.
U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 7. A Nation United. The biting cold of winter had fully settled in as Mark walked toward the community center, snow crunching beneath his feet. He felt a growing sense of accomplishment and anticipation. Each session with Anne had brought him closer to understanding not just the process of becoming a citizen, but the deeper values and structures that held the country together. This was the 7th and, he sensed, one of the final pieces in his journey. When Mark entered the study room, Anne was waiting, as always, her stack of papers ready. Her expression was warm, but there was a sense of closure in the air, as if they were preparing to wrap up everything he had been working so hard toward.
Mark, it's been quite a journey, hasn't it?
It has. I've learned so much. More than just facts. I feel like I truly understand what this country stands for now.
That's exactly what I was hoping for. Today, we're going to talk about what unites this country, a nation made up of so many different people and cultures, but all working toward common values. Let's talk about unity, symbols, and the role of shared identity in keeping this country strong.
I'm ready.
Question: what is the national anthem of the United States? A. God Bless America. B. The Star-Spangled Banner. C. America the Beautiful.
Answer B. The Star-Spangled Banner.
Correct. the Star-Spangled Banner, was written during the War of 1812 and became the national anthem in 1931. Why do you think having a national anthem is important for a country?
I think it's because it gives people something to rally around, something that represents the country's values and history. When people sing it, they feel a sense of pride and belonging.
Exactly. A national anthem is more than just a song. It's a symbol of unity. It connects people to the country's past and reminds them of the ideals that brought the nation together.
Mark had heard the anthem countless times, but now it felt more significant. He could see how something as simple as a song could stir feelings of patriotism and pride, drawing people together in shared purpose.
Next, let's talk about another symbol that unites people, the flag. Question: why does the flag have 13 stripes? A. To represent the 13 original colonies. B. To represent the 13 wars fought by the U.S. C. To symbolize the 13 federal holidays.
Answer A. To represent the 13 original colonies.
That's right. The 13 stripes on the flag represent the original colonies that declared independence from Britain in 1776. Why do you think it's important for the flag to represent the country's history?
I think it's because history is what brought the country together. The flag reminds people where they came from and the sacrifices made to create the nation.
Exactly. The flag connects the present to the past. It reminds people of the struggles and triumphs that shaped the country. Every time someone looks at the flag, they see the legacy of those who fought for freedom and unity.
Mark found himself looking at the flag differently now, seeing it as not just a symbol of the present but of the journey the country had taken to get here. The stripes told a story of resilience, independence, and unity.
Now, let's talk about what keeps this country united today. Beyond symbols, one of the most important concepts in the United States is loyalty to the country, and that's often expressed through a simple but powerful act, the Pledge of Allegiance. Question: what do we show loyalty to when we say the Pledge of Allegiance? A. The President. B. The government. C. The flag and the country.
Answer C. The flag and the country.
Correct. When Americans recite the Pledge of Allegiance, they are expressing loyalty to the flag and, by extension, to the United States. Why do you think this act of loyalty is so important?
I think it's because it reminds people that they're part of something bigger than themselves. It's a way of showing that you're committed to the country and its values.
Exactly. The pledge is a way of affirming unity and dedication to the ideals of liberty, justice, and democracy. It's a reminder that being a citizen is not just about rights, it's also about responsibility and loyalty to the country.
As Anne gathered her papers, Mark reflected on how far he had come. From learning about the branches of government and the Constitution to understanding the symbols that unite a diverse population, he felt more connected to the country than ever before. The test was no longer something to fear. It was the final step in a journey toward becoming part of something greater.
You've done incredibly well, Mark. Today's lesson was about unity, what brings people together in this country, and what keeps them connected. As you move forward, remember that citizenship is not just about knowing the facts, but about understanding and living the values that unite the nation.
Thank you, Anne. I see that now. The symbols, the pledge, the anthem, it's all about reminding people of the bigger picture, that we're all in this together.
Exactly. And soon you'll be part of that picture. You're almost ready, Mark. Just one final step left.
Mark stepped outside into the snowy evening, his breath forming clouds in the cold air. As he walked home, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride. He had always admired the country, but now he understood the deeper meaning behind the symbols, the pledge, and the anthem. Soon, he would be standing among his fellow citizens, pledging allegiance to the flag, knowing exactly what it meant. As Mark reflects on the symbols that unite the country, consider this. How do national symbols like the flag and anthem help foster a sense of belonging and unity among citizens?
Question for the audience: what does the national anthem represent? A. The government's authority. B. The history and values of the country. C. The military's strength. National symbols, like the anthem, remind citizens of the country's shared history and the values that unite them.
Here are 5 words and phrases related to the theme of U.S. Citizenship Test. Part 7. A Nation United.
National anthem, a patriotic song officially adopted by a country as an expression of national identity. Pledge of allegiance, a vow of loyalty to the flag and the country, recited by citizens to express unity and dedication to national values. Flag, a symbol of the nation representing its history, values, and unity. Loyalty, a strong feeling of support or allegiance to a country, group, or cause. Unity, the state of being united or joined as a whole, especially among people of a nation.
U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 8. The Responsibilities of Freedom. The air was crisp with a biting chill as Mark walked toward the community center, a familiar path he had taken countless times. But today felt different. This was his final session with Anne, and after months of preparation, he was now on the threshold of becoming a U.S. citizen. The journey had been transformative. He had learned about the Constitution, the rights and responsibilities of citizenship, and the symbols that united the nation. Today, as he walked through the doors of the center for one last lesson, Mark felt a quiet confidence in himself. Anne greeted him with a warm smile, her stack of papers much smaller now. It seemed fitting, as they were nearing the end of this particular journey.
Mark, you've made it to the final session. How do you feel?
It feels surreal. I've learned so much. I'm ready.
I can see that. Today, we'll focus on one final topic, the responsibilities of freedom. We've talked a lot about rights, but with those rights come duties. Citizenship is about contributing to the country as much as benefiting from it. Let's dive into that.
Let's do it.
Question: what is one promise you make when you become a United States citizen? A. To vote in every election. B. To defend the Constitution and the laws of the United States. C. To never criticize the government.
Answer: B. To defend the Constitution and the laws of the United States.
That's right. When you become a U.S. citizen, you take an oath to support and defend the Constitution and its laws. Why do you think this promise is so important?
I think it's because the Constitution is the foundation of everything we've talked about. It protects our rights, but it only works if we, as citizens, uphold it.
Exactly. Citizenship is more than just enjoying the rights you're given. It's about actively protecting and defending those rights for yourself and for others. That's what keeps the system strong.
Mark understood now that becoming a citizen wasn't just about the privileges he would gain. It was about the duty to protect the values and principles that the country stood for. It was a responsibility he was ready to embrace.
Let's move on to another important responsibility, one that many people don't think about until they have to do it: paying taxes. Question: why do U.S. citizens have to pay taxes? A. To fund local businesses. B. To support the military infrastructure and government programs. C. To pay government officials' salaries directly.
Answer: B. To support the military infrastructure and government programs.
Correct. Taxes are what fund essential services, from roads and schools to national defense and public safety. Why do you think paying taxes is such a vital part of being a citizen?
I think it's because, without taxes, the government wouldn't be able to provide the services that people depend on. It's part of the social contract. Citizens contribute to the country, and the country provides for its people.
Exactly. Taxes ensure that the country can function smoothly and that everyone benefits from the services the government provides. It's one of the ways that citizens give back and contribute to the greater good.
Mark realized that paying taxes, something often seen as a burden, was actually an essential part of keeping the country running. It was a responsibility that ensured everyone benefited from a functioning society.
Now, let's talk about another responsibility that goes hand in hand with being an informed citizen: participating in elections. Question: what is one reason it's important for citizens to vote? A. So only wealthy people have a say. B. To influence who makes the laws and policies. C. To decide which companies get government contracts.
Answer: B. To influence who makes the laws and policies.
That's right. Voting is one of the most powerful ways citizens can shape their government and influence the decisions that affect their lives. Why do you think voting is such an important responsibility for citizens?
Because if people don't vote, they lose their voice in how the country is run. If we don't participate, we can't complain about the decisions being made.
Exactly. Voting is how citizens hold their leaders accountable. It ensures that the government reflects the will of the people and that those in power are answerable to the public.
Anne set her papers aside, signaling that they had reached the end of the session. Mark could feel the weight of his journey as he sat there. He had learned not just the facts he needed for the test, but the deeper meaning of citizenship, the balance of rights and responsibilities that defined life in the United States.
Mark, you've come a long way. Today's lesson was about responsibility, about what it means to actively contribute to the country you'll soon be a part of. You're not just becoming a citizen, you're becoming part of something bigger, something that requires your participation and your commitment.
Thank you, Anne. I feel ready. I understand now that it's not just about passing a test, it's about living those values every day.
Exactly. And I have no doubt that you'll be a wonderful citizen, Mark. You're ready for this.
Mark stepped out of the community center for the last time, the winter wind brushing against his face as snow gently fell around him. He felt a deep sense of pride and purpose, knowing that soon he would be able to fully participate in the country that he had come to love and respect. Citizenship was more than just a title. It was a responsibility, a commitment to protect and uphold the values that made the nation what it was. And Mark was ready to take that responsibility to heart. As Mark prepares to take on the responsibilities of citizenship, think about this. How does fulfilling responsibilities like voting and paying taxes help strengthen the country for everyone?
Question for the audience. What is one promise you make when you become a U.S. citizen? A. To obey the laws of the United States. B. To run for office. C. To never leave the country. Understanding the responsibilities of citizenship helps ensure that you contribute to the success and well-being of the nation.
Here are 5 words and phrases related to the theme of U.S. Citizenship Test. Part 8. The responsibilities of freedom.
Oath, a formal promise often made during official ceremonies like becoming a citizen to fulfill duties or uphold certain principles. Social contract, the idea that citizens agree to give up some individual freedoms in exchange for protection and services from the government. Taxes, mandatory contributions citizens make to fund government services, such as schools, roads, and defense. Participation, the act of taking part in activities like voting, volunteering, or community involvement that helps shape society. Accountability, the idea that elected officials are responsible for their actions and decisions and must answer to the people who elected them.
U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 9, Protecting Rights and Justice.
The cold winter morning felt sharper as Mark walked toward the community center, but his mind was filled with warmth and anticipation. The final steps of his journey to becoming a citizen were within reach, and today's session with Anne would complete his understanding of the principles that defined American life. Over the course of their sessions, Mark had come to appreciate not only the freedoms and rights that citizenship offered, but also the weight of the responsibilities that came with it. Now, it was time to learn about how those rights were protected and how justice was upheld. When Mark entered the study room, Anne greeted him with a smile that was now as familiar as the room itself.
Mark, you've come so far. Today's lesson will be our last formal session. We're going to talk about how the rights you've learned about are protected and the role of the justice system in maintaining fairness. Ready to dive in?
I'm ready. This journey has taught me so much, and I'm excited to finish strong.
Question: what is the rule of law? A, the idea that the government can change laws whenever it wants. B, the principle that everyone, including government leaders, must follow the law. C, the belief that laws only apply to certain people.
Answer B, the principle that everyone, including government leaders, must follow the law.
Exactly. The rule of law is the foundation of fairness in any society. It means that no one is above the law, not even the president. Why do you think this is such an important concept?
I think it's because, without the rule of law, the people in power could do whatever they wanted. It ensures that everyone is treated equally and that justice is applied fairly.
That's right. The rule of law keeps the government accountable and ensures that justice applies to all citizens. It's one of the core principles that protects democracy and individual rights.
Mark had heard the term rule of law before, but now it resonated with him in a deeper way. It was the shield that protected every person, ensuring that no one had unchecked power and that justice was always the priority.
Now that we've talked about how the rule of law protects rights, let's focus on one of the key amendments that ensures justice: your right to a fair trial. Question: which amendment guarantees the right to a fair trial? A, the First Amendment. B, the Fifth Amendment. C, the Sixth Amendment.
Answer C, the Sixth Amendment.
Correct. The Sixth Amendment guarantees the right to a speedy and public trial, an impartial jury, and a lawyer. Why do you think this is so essential to ensuring justice?
I think it's because, without these protections, people could be unfairly imprisoned or judged. A fair trial makes sure that everyone gets the chance to defend themselves.
Exactly. The right to a fair trial is one of the most important safeguards in the justice system. It ensures that the accused have the opportunity to present their case, that decisions are made based on evidence, and that justice is served fairly.
Mark realized how vital these protections were. Growing up, he had seen what happened in places where people didn't have the right to defend themselves properly. Here, the Constitution ensured that no one was punished without a fair chance to be heard.
Now, let's talk about how citizens can actively help maintain justice in their own communities by serving on a jury. Question: what is the purpose of a jury in the legal system? A. To decide if a law should be changed. B. To determine guilt or innocence in a trial. C. To advise the judge on how to punish someone.
Answer: B. To determine guilt or innocence in a trial.
That's right. A jury is made up of regular citizens who listen to the evidence in a trial and decide whether the accused is guilty or innocent. Why do you think it's important for citizens to be involved in the legal process this way?
I think it's because it ensures that justice is in the hands of the people. A jury brings different perspectives, and it helps prevent decisions from being made only by those in power.
Exactly. Jury service ensures that the legal process reflects the values and views of the community. It keeps the system grounded and fair, with ordinary people playing a crucial role in upholding justice.
Anne set her papers aside for the last time, signaling that their journey together had reached its conclusion. Mark felt a deep sense of accomplishment, not just because he had learned what he needed for the test, but because he had gained a profound understanding of what it meant to be a citizen.
Mark, you've come so far. You've learned about your rights, responsibilities, and now the justice system that protects those rights. You're ready for this next step, and I have no doubt that you'll be a citizen who upholds these values.
Thank you, Anne. I feel ready. I understand now that being a citizen isn't just about knowing the facts. It's about living by the principles that hold this country together.
Exactly. And you've shown that you're ready to do just that.
As Mark walked out of the community center, the early morning light reflecting off the snow, he felt a deep sense of purpose. He had learned so much about the country, the rights it protected, and the justice system that upheld those rights. Soon, he would take the oath of citizenship, not just as someone who had passed a test, but as someone who understood and embraced the responsibility of protecting and defending the values that made this country strong. As Mark reflects on the role of justice in protecting rights, consider this. How does the involvement of citizens in serving on juries contribute to fairness and justice in society?
Question for the audience: why is serving on a jury an important responsibility for citizens? A. It allows citizens to influence the outcome of trials. B. It gives citizens the power to write laws. C. It allows citizens to argue with lawyers. Being part of a jury ensures that the legal process remains fair and just by involving the perspectives of everyday people.
Here are 5 words and phrases related to the theme of U.S. Citizenship Test. Part 9. Protecting Rights and Justice.
Rule of law. The principle that all people, including those in power, must follow the law. fair trial, a legal proceeding in which the rights of the accused are protected and justice is applied equally and impartially. Impartial, treating all people equally, without bias or favoritism, especially in the context of legal decisions. Jury, a group of citizens who are sworn to decide the guilt or innocence of an accused person based on the evidence presented in a trial. Justice, the fair and impartial treatment of all individuals under the law, ensuring that rights are protected and wrongdoings are addressed.
U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 10, A Nation's Foundation. The air was crisp as Mark made his way to the community center for what was officially his last session with Anne. Today marked the end of a journey that had started with uncertainty and evolved into deep understanding. Over the course of their sessions, Mark had learned the values, responsibilities, and principles that were the foundation of U.S. citizenship. Today, it felt like everything had come full circle. The final lesson would be about the nation's foundation, the Constitution, its preamble, and how it all began. As Mark entered the study room, Anne greeted him with her usual warm smile, but this time there was something celebratory in the air.
Mark, today is the day, your last session. How are you feeling?
Excited and a little nervous, but mostly proud. I've learned so much, and I'm ready for the final step.
You've come such a long way, and I'm proud of you too. Today, we're going to talk about the beginning, the Constitution and its foundation. This lesson will bring everything together. Let's begin. Question: what is the purpose of the preamble of the Constitution? A. To declare independence from Britain. B. To explain the purpose of the Constitution. C. To list all the amendments.
Answer: B. To explain the purpose of the Constitution.
Exactly. The preamble introduces the Constitution and explains its goals. It begins with "we the people," emphasizing that the government's power comes from the citizens. Why do you think starting with "we the people" is so significant?
I think it's because it shows that the government is for everyone, not just a few people. It reminds us that the people have the power to shape the country.
Exactly. The preamble sets the tone for the entire Constitution, reminding us that the government exists to serve and protect the rights of its citizens. It's a powerful statement of unity and democracy.
Mark had always heard the phrase, "we the people," but now it had a deeper meaning. It wasn't just a set of words. It was a promise of government by the people, for the people.
Now that we've talked about the preamble, let's explore the structure of the government it outlines, starting with the branches of government. Question: which branch of government is responsible for making laws? A. Executive. B. Legislative. C. Judicial.
Answer: B. Legislative.
That's right. The legislative branch, which is Congress, is responsible for making laws. Congress is made up of the Senate and the House of Representatives. Why do you think it's important to divide the lawmaking power between two houses?
I think it's to make sure that no one group has too much power. Each house represents different parts of the population, so the laws are more balanced.
Exactly. The Senate gives equal representation to every state, while the House represents people based on population. This balance helps ensure that laws are made with the interests of all citizens in mind.
Mark appreciated the thoughtfulness behind the structure of Congress. It was designed to protect the interests of both large and small states, ensuring that no one group dominated the process of making laws.
Now that you've mastered the structure of the government, let's turn to one of the most critical features of the Constitution, its ability to be amended. Question: what is required to pass a constitutional amendment? A. Approval by the President. B. Approval by 2/3 of Congress and 3/4 of the states. C. A unanimous vote by Congress.
Answer: B. Approval by 2/3 of Congress and 3/4 of the states.
Correct. Amending the Constitution requires significant support, 2/3 of both houses of Congress and 3/4 of the states. Why do you think the process is so difficult?
I think it's because the Constitution is the foundation of the country, and changing it shouldn't be easy. It forces people to think carefully about whether an amendment is really necessary.
Exactly. The amendment process ensures that changes are deliberate and reflect the will of a broad majority. It protects the core principles of the Constitution while allowing it to adapt over time.
Anne placed her papers aside, signaling the end of the session. Mark could hardly believe it. He had completed the entire journey. He was now fully prepared, not just for the citizenship test, but to take his place as an informed and engaged citizen.
Mark, you've done it. You've mastered the knowledge, and more importantly, you've come to understand what it means to be a citizen of this country. I couldn't be more proud of you.
Thank you, Anne. I couldn't have done it without you. I feel ready, not just for the test, but for everything that comes after.
You are ready. Remember, citizenship is more than a status. It's a commitment to the values we've talked about, and I know you'll live by those values.
As Mark stepped out into the cold air, a sense of accomplishment and excitement filled him. He had completed the journey, learned the principles of the country, and was now ready to take his place as a citizen. The words "we the people" echoed in his mind, reminding him that he was about to become part of something greater, part of a nation that valued freedom, justice, and democracy. As Mark prepares to take his final steps toward citizenship, consider this. How does the amendment process protect the Constitution while allowing it to evolve?
Question for the audience: which branch of government is responsible for interpreting the laws? A. Executive. B. Legislative. C. Judicial. Understanding how each branch of government functions helps us appreciate the balance of power that keeps democracy strong.
Here are 5 words and phrases related to the theme of U.S. Citizenship Test. Part 10. A Nation's Foundation.
Preamble. The introductory statement of the Constitution that outlines the goals and purposes of the government. Legislative branch, the branch of government responsible for making laws, composed of Congress, the Senate, and the House of Representatives. Amendment, a formal change or addition to the Constitution. Ratification, the official approval of a constitutional amendment by the states. Balance of power, the system that ensures no single branch of government has too much authority, maintaining a fair distribution of power.
U.S. Citizenship Test. Part 11. The Power of Participation. The cold wind brushed past Mark's face as he made his way to the community center, but it didn't bother him. He had officially completed his sessions with Anne, and today was a special visit, more of a check-in. A time to reflect on everything he had learned about citizenship and what it truly meant to participate in the country's democracy. His test was only days away, but Mark was prepared. He wasn't just ready to pass the exam. He was ready to become an engaged citizen. When Mark entered the study room, Anne was waiting. But this time there were no papers on the table. Instead, it felt more like a meeting between friends than a lesson.
Mark, I wasn't sure if you'd stop by before your test. I thought we were done.
I just wanted to thank you one more time, Anne. I'm so close now, and I wanted to talk about what happens next, what it really means to participate as a citizen.
I'm glad you did. There's so much more to citizenship than just passing the test. Let's talk about how you can stay involved and contribute. Ready?
Absolutely.
Question: what is one way citizens can participate in their community? A. Ignore local elections. B. Volunteer or join a community group. C. Wait for government officials to solve problems.
Answer B. Volunteer or join a community group.
Exactly. Citizens can help improve their communities by volunteering, participating in local organizations, or even attending town hall meetings. Why do you think it's important for citizens to be active in their communities?
I think it's because when people get involved, they can make a real difference. They understand the issues better and can help solve problems instead of waiting for someone else to do it.
Exactly. Community involvement is one of the most direct ways citizens can make a positive impact. It's about working together to create the kind of community you want to live in.
Mark had always thought of citizenship in broad terms, voting, following the law, but now he understood how important it was to take action at the local level. Small actions could lead to meaningful changes in the community.
Now, let's talk about another way to stay engaged by exercising your right to vote. Question: what is one requirement for U.S. citizens to vote? A. Being at least 18 years old. B. Owning property. C. Having a government job.
Answer A. Being at least 18 years old.
Correct. U.S. citizens must be at least 18 years old to vote in federal elections. Why do you think voting is such an important way for citizens to participate in democracy?
Because it's how we choose our leaders and influence decisions. If people don't vote, they lose their voice, and the government doesn't reflect what the people want.
That's right. Voting ensures that the government remains accountable to the people. It's one of the most powerful ways to participate in democracy, and every vote truly counts.
Mark had always seen voting as an essential right, but now he appreciated the responsibility behind it. He understood that by voting, citizens shaped the direction of the country and ensured that leaders represented their interests.
Participation goes beyond just voting and volunteering. Let's talk about how citizens can stay informed about what's happening in their government. Question: what is one way citizens can stay informed about local and national issues? A. Only listen to one news source. B. Read or watch various news outlets. C. Ignore the news until election time.
Answer B. Read or watch various news outlets.
Exactly. To stay informed, citizens need to engage with multiple sources of information, including newspapers, online news, and attending local government meetings. Why do you think it's important to get information from different sources?
I think it's because no one source can tell the whole story. By hearing different perspectives, you get a fuller picture of what's really happening.
Exactly. Being well-informed helps citizens make better decisions and avoid being misled. It's part of being an active and thoughtful participant in democracy.
Anne leaned back in her chair, the conversation feeling more like a reflection of all they had covered. Mark had evolved from someone studying for a test into someone truly prepared to participate fully in his new country's democracy.
Mark, you're ready. You've not only learned the information, but you've also embraced the deeper meaning of citizenship, participation, responsibility, and staying informed.
Thank you, Anne. I'm ready to vote, to volunteer, to get involved. You've shown me that citizenship is an ongoing process, not just something that happens after a test.
Exactly. Citizenship is about contributing, learning, and growing, and I have no doubt you're going to be an amazing citizen.
Mark stepped out into the cold air, his breath forming clouds as he walked through the quiet streets. He felt a deep sense of accomplishment, not just for having learned what was needed for the test, but for having truly understood what it meant to be an active participant in his new country. His path to citizenship was almost complete, but his journey as an engaged citizen had only just begun. As Mark prepares to embrace his new role as a citizen, consider this. How can staying informed and involved help you make a positive impact in your community?
Question for the audience: what is one way to stay informed as a citizen? A. Only read headlines. B. Get news from multiple sources. C. Ignore the news until election time. Being informed helps citizens make better decisions and actively contribute to a thriving democracy.
Here are 5 words and phrases related to the theme of U.S. Citizenship Test. Part 11. The power of participation.
Volunteer. A person who freely offers to take part in a task or work for a cause without being paid. Informed. Having or showing knowledge of a particular subject or situation by staying updated on the news and issues. Participation. The act of taking part in an activity or event, especially related to civic duties like voting or community service. Community. A group of people living in the same place or having a particular characteristic in common. Democracy. A system of government where citizens exercise power by voting and participating in decisions that affect their lives.
U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 12. Upholding American Values. The winter winds were calmer today as Mark walked to the community center, but he could feel the energy building inside him. This was it, the final conversation with Anne before his official citizenship test. Everything had led up to this moment. And while Mark had already embraced the responsibilities of being an engaged citizen, today's focus was about something deeper, upholding the values that made America what it was. The test was more than just knowledge. It was about internalizing the values of freedom, equality, and justice. Mark entered the familiar study room for the last time, greeted by Anne's warm smile. This meeting felt different. It was about reflection, tying together all that he had learned.
Mark, you've reached the end of your journey. Today's session is about the core values of this country, what makes America unique. You're prepared for the test, but more importantly, you're prepared for what comes after.
I'm ready, Anne. I feel like everything we've talked about has brought me closer to understanding what it really means to be a part of this country.
Good. Today, we're going to reflect on those values, what unites people here, and what keeps democracy alive. Let's get started. Question: what is one core value outlined in the Declaration of Independence? A. Wealth. B. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. C. Military power.
Answer: B. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Correct. The Declaration of Independence states that all people have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Why do you think these values are so central to American identity?
I think it's because they're universal. Everyone wants to live freely and be able to pursue their dreams. These values make sure that no one is treated unfairly.
Exactly. These principles are at the heart of American democracy, reminding us that the government exists to protect these fundamental rights for everyone. They are the foundation of what it means to live in a free society.
Mark reflected on how powerful those words were. They had shaped the country's history and continued to serve as a reminder of the ideals that brought people together. These were more than just words in a document. They were the essence of freedom.
Now, let's talk about another value that ties into the idea of fairness, equality under the law. Question: what does equality under the law mean? A. That everyone is treated the same, no matter their background. B. That laws apply differently depending on income. C. That only citizens are protected by the law.
Answer: A. That everyone is treated the same, no matter their background.
Exactly. Equality under the law means that no matter who you are, rich or poor, citizen or immigrant, everyone is treated the same when it comes to the law. Why do you think this is so important?
Because without equality, people wouldn't trust the system. If some people were treated better or worse, the law wouldn't be fair, and it would cause divisions.
That's right. Equality under the law is a cornerstone of justice. It ensures that everyone has access to the same rights and protections, which is essential for maintaining a fair and just society.
Mark could see how this principle of equality was woven through everything he had learned. It was what made the country's justice system work. It was what held the fabric of society together, ensuring that no one was above or below the law.
Now, let's turn to another important American value: freedom of religion. Question: what does freedom of religion mean? A. You must follow one national religion. B. You can choose to practice any religion or none at all. C. Only certain religions are allowed.
Answer: B. You can choose to practice any religion or none at all.
Correct. The First Amendment guarantees the freedom of religion, meaning the government cannot force anyone to follow a specific religion or prevent them from practicing their own. Why do you think this freedom is so important in America?
I think it's because religion is personal, and people should have the freedom to follow their beliefs or not believe at all. Forcing religion would take away that personal freedom.
Exactly. Freedom of religion is about respecting individual choice and ensuring that everyone can follow their conscience without government interference. It's one of the most fundamental expressions of personal liberty in the U.S.
Mark thought about the freedom he now had, not just to believe as he chose, but to live in a country that respected those choices. It was a reminder of the power of personal liberty and how it shaped every citizen's life. Anne leaned forward, her tone soft but filled with pride.
Mark, this is it. You've learned about the Constitution, the rights and responsibilities of citizenship, and now the values that hold this country together. I'm so proud of how far you've come.
Thank you, Anne. I feel like I understand not just the test, but what it means to live by these values every day.
And that's the most important part. Citizenship is a journey that continues beyond the test. It's about carrying these values with you and ensuring they guide your actions.
Mark stepped outside, the winter sun casting long shadows on the snowy streets. He felt a deep sense of pride, not just for having completed his lessons, but for embracing the values that made the country special. He was ready to become a citizen, not just in name, but in spirit, prepared to uphold the values of freedom, equality, and justice that he had come to respect so deeply. As Mark reflects on the values that make up the foundation of America, think about this. How do values like freedom, equality, and justice shape the way we live together as citizens?
Question for the audience: what is one core value protected by the First Amendment? A. Freedom of speech. B. The right to vote. C. The right to a fair trial. Understanding the core values of freedom helps ensure we protect the rights of all citizens in our democracy.
Here are 5 words and phrases related to the theme of U.S. Citizenship Test. Part 12. Upholding American Values.
Equality under the law. The principle that all people are treated equally by the legal system, regardless of their background or status. Pursuit of happiness. The right to seek personal fulfillment and success, as stated in the Declaration of Independence. Freedom of religion. The right to practice any religion or no religion without government interference. Liberty. The state of being free within society from oppressive restrictions imposed by authority on one's way of life, behavior, or political views. Justice. The fair and impartial treatment of all individuals under the law, ensuring that rights are protected and wrongdoings are addressed.
U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 13. The Strength of Civic Duty. The winter had reached its peak, with thick layers of snow covering the streets as Mark made his way toward the community center. The path was familiar, but today was different. This was truly the final step in his journey. He had internalized the values of the United States and learned the rights and responsibilities that came with citizenship. Today, Mark and Anne would focus on one of the most crucial aspects of citizenship, civic duty. He had learned so much about the country's laws, structure, and values. But now it was time to reflect on how he could contribute to upholding and protecting these principles. As he entered the study room, Anne was waiting with a smile, though her usual stack of papers was absent. This wasn't a session about facts anymore. It was about reflection and preparing for life as an engaged citizen.
Mark, it's hard to believe this is our final conversation. You've come a long way, and today we'll talk about something that ties it all together. Your role as a citizen and the duties that keep democracy strong.
I'm ready. I've learned so much, and I want to understand how I can contribute beyond just knowing my rights.
Exactly. Today, we'll focus on the importance of civic duty and how you can play an active role in protecting and promoting the values of the country. Let's dive in. Question: what is one civic duty that is required of U.S. citizens? A. Running for public office. B. Paying taxes. C. Owning property.
Answer B. Paying taxes.
That's right. Paying taxes is a civic duty that ensures the government can provide essential services, such as education, public safety, and infrastructure. Why do you think paying taxes is so important for society?
Because taxes fund the services that everyone relies on. Without them, the government wouldn't be able to function properly, and people wouldn't get the support they need.
Exactly. Taxes are a shared responsibility, and they help maintain the systems that benefit the entire community. It's one of the ways that citizens contribute to the greater good.
Mark had understood the importance of taxes before, but now he saw them as part of a larger social contract, an essential duty that made society function smoothly for everyone. It wasn't just about giving up money. It was about giving back to the community.
Let's talk about another civic duty that's just as important: jury duty. Question: why is serving on a jury a vital responsibility for citizens? A. To support the legal system by judging court cases. B. To assist lawyers with their work. C. To help judges write laws.
Answer A. To support the legal system by judging court cases.
Correct. Serving on a jury ensures that trials are decided by a group of peers representing the community. Why do you think this is an important part of the justice system?
Because it keeps the legal system fair. Decisions aren't just made by a judge, but by regular people from the community. It's a way to make sure justice reflects the values of the people.
Exactly. Jury duty ensures that justice is served by everyday citizens, not just officials. It's one of the key ways that citizens participate directly in maintaining a fair and just legal system.
Mark could now see how participating in jury duty wasn't just an obligation, but an opportunity to have a direct hand in upholding justice. It was a way to ensure the community's values were reflected in the decisions made within the courts.
Next, let's talk about something that isn't required but can make a big difference: volunteering and community service. Question: how does volunteering benefit both citizens and their communities? A. It only benefits the organization you volunteer for. B. It strengthens community bonds and improves the lives of others. C. It's a way to avoid paying taxes.
Answer B. It strengthens community bonds and improves the lives of others.
That's right. Volunteering allows citizens to give back to their communities in meaningful ways, helping to build connections and improve lives. Why do you think volunteering is so impactful for both the volunteer and the community?
I think it's because it creates a sense of purpose and connection. It's about being part of something bigger than yourself and seeing the difference you can make firsthand.
Exactly. Volunteering helps strengthen communities by bringing people together and providing support to those who need it. It's not just a duty. It's an opportunity to build a stronger, more connected society.
Anne leaned back in her chair, her expression thoughtful. This final conversation had been more than just a lesson. It was a culmination of everything Mark had learned.
Mark, you've learned about the rights and responsibilities of citizenship, and now you've reflected on the civic duties that keep democracy alive. I have no doubt that you're ready for the test, but more importantly, you're ready to contribute.
Thank you, Anne. I feel prepared to give back and to participate fully in the community. It's more than just knowing the facts. I want to live the values I've learned.
And that's what being a citizen is all about, living by those values every day. You've got everything you need to succeed, Mark. You're ready.
As Mark stepped out into the cold air, his heart was full. The long journey to citizenship was nearly over, but the journey of participating in his new country was just beginning. He felt ready to embrace the responsibilities, to contribute to his community, and to uphold the values he had learned. His citizenship was not just about passing a test. It was about making a difference in the country he now called home. As Mark reflects on the importance of civic duty, think about this. How does participating in activities like paying taxes, serving on a jury, and volunteering help strengthen your community and country?
Question for the audience: why is jury duty important for the justice system? A. It allows citizens to play a direct role in delivering justice. B. It lets citizens write new laws. C. It helps judges make all the decisions. Participating in civic duties like jury service ensures that justice remains fair and rooted in the values of the community.
Here are 5 words and phrases related to the theme of U.S. Citizenship Test. Part 13. The strength of civic duty.
Civic duty. The responsibilities of citizens, such as voting, paying taxes, and serving on a jury, that help maintain the strength of the government and society. Jury duty. The civic obligation for citizens to serve on a jury and help decide legal cases. Community service. Voluntary work intended to help people or improve the community, often undertaken by individuals or groups as a way of giving back. Social contract. The agreement among members of a society to cooperate for social benefits, such as protecting rights and promoting the common good. Public service. Work done for the benefit of the public, often through government positions or voluntary efforts that helps improve society.
U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 14, The Legacy of Leadership. The air was still crisp as Mark walked through the snowy streets toward the community center. This time, he wasn't coming for a lesson but for reflection. His citizenship test was only a day away, and he felt ready, not just to pass, but to fully step into his role as an engaged citizen. He had learned about the rights, responsibilities, and civic duties, and today, he wanted to meet with Anne one final time to discuss the concept of leadership. Becoming a citizen meant more than just following the rules. It was about how he could lead, influence, and contribute to society in his own way. As he entered the study room, Anne was waiting for him, as always. There were no papers on the table, no textbooks. This conversation was about discussing how he could be a leader in his community and uphold the values they had talked about throughout their sessions.
Mark, the big day is almost here. How are you feeling?
Excited. I'm ready for it. I just wanted to talk to you about something I've been thinking about. Leadership. I feel like I'm ready to take on more, not just as a citizen, but as someone who can make a difference.
That's exactly what I was hoping you'd say. Today, let's talk about leadership. What it means in a democracy, how you can be a leader in your own way, and how leadership strengthens communities. Question: what is one way a citizen can demonstrate leadership in their community? A. Ignoring local issues. B. Running for public office or advocating for important causes. C. Avoiding civic participation.
Answer: B. Running for public office or advocating for important causes.
Exactly. Citizens don't have to hold official titles to be leaders. You can lead by organizing community events, advocating for issues that matter to you, or even running for public office. Why do you think leadership is important, even for ordinary citizens?
I think it's because leaders inspire others to get involved. They help bring people together and make positive changes in their communities.
That's right. Leadership comes in many forms, and it's often about setting an example for others. Whether you're helping neighbors or speaking up on important issues, leadership is about contributing to the greater good.
Mark realized that leadership wasn't about titles, it was about action. He could be a leader in his community by simply stepping up and helping others, by being a voice for those who needed it, or by encouraging others to participate.
Now, let's talk about one of the most visible forms of leadership, serving in government. Question: who is the commander-in-chief of the military? A. The Secretary of Defense. B. The President. C. The Chief Justice.
Answer: B. The President.
Correct. The President of the United States serves as the Commander-in-Chief of the military, a key leadership role in protecting the nation. Why do you think it's important for the President to hold this responsibility?
Because the President needs to be able to make quick, unified decisions about national security. It's part of keeping the country safe.
Exactly. The President's role as Commander-in-Chief ensures that the military is under civilian control, which is crucial for maintaining democracy and preventing misuse of power. It's one of the most important leadership roles in the country.
Mark had always understood the power of the presidency, but now he saw how crucial it was to have that leadership tied to the democratic process. It was about balancing power and protecting the nation while upholding the values of the people.
Now, let's talk about leadership on a more personal level. How you can lead by encouraging others to engage in civic life. Question: how can citizens encourage others to get involved in their communities? A. By staying quiet about community issues. B. By sharing information, organizing events, and advocating for participation. C. By discouraging people from voting.
Answer: B. By sharing information, organizing events, and advocating for participation.
That's right. Encouraging others to get involved is one of the most important forms of leadership. Whether it's sharing information about local elections, organizing a community event, or simply talking to neighbors about important issues, you can inspire others to participate. Why do you think this kind of leadership is so impactful?
Because when more people are involved, the community gets stronger. Everyone brings different ideas and skills, and together they can create real change.
Exactly. Civic leadership is about empowering others and fostering a sense of community. When people feel connected to their community, they're more likely to contribute and make it a better place for everyone.
Mark saw now how leadership wasn't just about big gestures or formal titles. It was about small, everyday actions, encouraging someone to vote, organizing a local event, or simply starting a conversation. Leadership was about bringing people together for a common cause. Anne leaned forward, her expression thoughtful and proud.
Mark, you've learned everything you need to know to become a citizen, but what's more important is that you've learned how to lead. Whether it's in small ways or big ways, I know you're going to make a positive impact on your community.
Thank you, Anne. I've learned so much, and I feel ready not just to be a citizen, but to be a part of something bigger, to help others and lead in whatever way I can.
That's exactly the mindset of a true citizen. Citizenship isn't just about rights. It's about responsibility, leadership, and making sure that you leave the world better than you found it.
As Mark left the community center, his breath fogging in the cold winter air, he reflected on everything he had learned. He was ready to take his place as a citizen, not just by passing a test, but by living out the values and principles he had learned. Leadership wasn't just for elected officials. It was something he could embody in his own life every day through small acts of service, encouragement, and participation. Tomorrow, he would become a citizen. But today, he already felt like a leader. As Mark reflects on the idea of leadership in everyday life, think about this. How can you lead by example in your community, even in small ways?
Question for the audience: what is one way citizens can demonstrate leadership in their community? A. By sharing information and encouraging participation. B. By ignoring community issues. C. By discouraging civic involvement. Being a leader isn't just about holding a position of power. It's about inspiring others to take part and make positive changes in their community.
Here are 5 words and phrases related to the theme of U.S. Citizenship Test. Part 14. The Legacy of Leadership.
Leadership, the action of leading a group or organization, often by setting an example and inspiring others to participate. Commander-in-Chief, the role of the President as the leader of the U.S. military, responsible for national security and military decisions. Advocacy, the act of supporting a cause or proposal, often by speaking up for the rights or interests of others. Civic engagement, active participation in the public life of a community in an informed, committed, and constructive manner, with a focus on the common good. Empowerment, the process of becoming stronger and more confident, especially in controlling one's life and claiming one's rights.
U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 15. The Journey of Progress. The soft crunch of snow under Mark's boots as he walked toward the community center felt different today. This wasn't just the end of his citizenship journey, but the beginning of something bigger. After months of preparation, learning, and reflection, Mark was about to become a citizen. His mind was racing with thoughts of all that he had learned, about rights, responsibilities, leadership, and now, the importance of progress. The test was behind him. Tomorrow, he would take the oath of citizenship. Today, his final meeting with Anne was a chance to reflect on the idea of progress and the role citizens play in shaping the future. When Mark entered the study room, Anne was there as always, smiling, her hands folded on the table. But this time, there were no lessons, no questions, just a conversation about the future.
Mark, I've been thinking about your journey, and I can't believe how far you've come. Today's not about learning something new. It's about reflecting on how you can help this country move forward.
I've been thinking a lot about that too. It's not just about the test anymore. I want to help make progress, both for myself and for the people around me.
That's the perfect attitude. Citizenship is about contributing to progress, not just personal progress, but the progress of the entire country. Let's talk about how citizens like you can help shape the future. Question: what is one way citizens can help create positive change in their communities? A. Ignoring issues that don't affect them directly. B. Getting involved in local organizations and advocating for solutions. C. Avoiding community discussions.
Answer: B. Getting involved in local organizations and advocating for solutions.
Exactly. Being involved in your community, whether through volunteering or simply raising your voice on important issues, is how citizens can drive progress. Why do you think this kind of involvement is so crucial?
I think it's because change doesn't just happen on its own. People need to work together to find solutions, and when citizens get involved, they can make real progress.
That's right. Every bit of progress starts with people getting involved and working together to improve their communities. It's a way of showing that you care about the future, not just for yourself, but for the next generation.
Mark understood now that progress wasn't a big leap forward all at once. It was the small, everyday actions that made a difference. It was about being part of something larger and working alongside others to make life better for everyone.
Let's talk about how the government itself is built to promote progress through representation. Question: how does the U.S. government ensure that citizens' voices are heard in the lawmaking process? A. By allowing citizens to make laws directly. B. Through elected representatives in Congress. C. By appointing officials without elections.
Answer: B. Through elected representatives in Congress.
Correct. In a representative democracy like the U.S., citizens elect representatives to speak and make laws on their behalf. Why do you think having representatives is important for ensuring progress?
Because not everyone can be in Washington or make laws themselves. Electing representatives means people can choose someone they trust to bring their concerns to the government.
Exactly. It's a system that ensures progress happens through the will of the people, with representatives acting as the voice of their constituents. It's an essential part of keeping democracy moving forward.
Mark realized how essential representation was to the country's progress. It was about trust, about choosing leaders who would listen and push for changes that reflected the needs of the people they served.
Now, let's look at the role of voting in ensuring progress continues. Question: how does voting help promote progress in a democracy? A. It gives citizens the power to keep their government accountable. B. It allows only the wealthy to influence decisions. C. It stops citizens from having a say.
Answer: A. It gives citizens the power to keep their government accountable.
Exactly. Voting is one of the most powerful tools citizens have to drive progress. By voting, citizens choose leaders who represent their values and hold them accountable if they don't. Why do you think accountability is so important for progress?
Because without accountability, leaders could do whatever they wanted without considering the people. Voting ensures they stay focused on making positive changes.
Exactly. Accountability ensures that leaders remain focused on the issues that matter to the people. It's how democracy stays healthy and how progress continues.
Mark appreciated how voting wasn't just a right, it was a responsibility. It was how citizens ensured their voices were heard and how they made sure leaders worked for the good of the country. Anne leaned back, her smile filled with pride.
Mark, you're ready, not just for the ceremony tomorrow, but for everything that comes after. You understand that citizenship is about making progress, about being a part of something bigger.
Thank you, Anne. I feel ready to contribute, to make a difference. I see now that progress happens every day, through small actions and decisions.
Exactly. And I have no doubt that you'll play a role in that progress, helping to shape the future, not just for yourself, but for everyone around you.
Mark left the community center for the last time, a deep sense of purpose guiding his steps. Tomorrow, he would officially become a citizen, but he already felt the weight and excitement of what that meant. He understood that being a citizen wasn't just about rights, it was about progress. It was about ensuring the country moved forward and that every voice, including his own, contributed to making it better for generations to come. As Mark prepares to take his oath of citizenship, consider this. How can your involvement in your community and government help drive progress for future generations?
Question for the audience: what is one way voting helps promote progress in a democracy? A. It allows only certain people to make decisions. B. It helps citizens choose leaders who represent their values. C. It stops people from being heard. Voting is essential to ensuring that leaders work toward the progress and well-being of the entire country.
Here are 5 words and phrases related to the theme of U.S. Citizenship Test. Part 15. The Journey of Progress.
Progress. The process of improving or developing something over time, often through positive change. Representation. The action of speaking or acting on behalf of someone, particularly in a legislative body like Congress. Accountability. The obligation of government officials to be answerable for their actions and decisions, ensuring they work for the benefit of the people. Constituents. The people who are represented by elected officials whose interests are taken into account when laws are made. Advocate. To support or argue for a cause, policy, or person, often by working to bring about positive changes in society.
U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 16. The Power of Unity. Mark's breath fogged in the cold morning air as he walked toward the community center, a place that had come to symbolize his journey toward citizenship. Today, however, was special. Today was his final reflection before the ceremony. He had spent months preparing, learning about rights, responsibilities, civic duties, leadership, and progress. Now, with the citizenship ceremony just hours away, Mark wanted to talk to Anne one last time about something that had been on his mind throughout the journey: unity. He had learned that the strength of a country wasn't just in its laws or its government, but in how people came together to uphold shared values. As Mark entered the room, Anne greeted him with her usual warmth, but this time, there was a sense of finality in the air. No papers, no textbooks, just one last conversation before his oath.
Mark, today's the big day. How are you feeling?
It's hard to describe. I feel ready, but I've been thinking about something important: how all these lessons we've talked about come together in one word: unity. I wanted to talk about that before the ceremony.
You're absolutely right. Unity is the thread that connects everything. It's how we ensure the strength of democracy, and it's what keeps us moving forward. Let's talk about how unity shapes this country and your role in it. Question: what is one way citizens can promote unity in their communities? A. Focusing only on their own interests. B. Respecting differences and finding common ground. C. Ignoring other people's opinions.
Answer: B. Respecting differences and finding common ground.
Exactly. Unity doesn't mean everyone has to agree on everything, but it does mean that people should listen to each other and work together. Why do you think respecting differences is so important for unity?
I think it's because the country is made up of so many different people. If we don't respect each other's perspectives, it's hard to move forward together.
That's right. Unity isn't about sameness. It's about bringing together different voices and working toward a shared goal. It's one of the keys to maintaining a strong and healthy democracy.
Mark realized that unity wasn't just about agreeing, but about creating space for different viewpoints while working toward a common future. It was about coming together, even with differences, to make progress.
Now, let's talk about one of the symbols of unity, the flag. Question: what does the American flag symbolize? A. Only the government. B. Unity, freedom, and the shared values of the American people. C. A specific political party.
Answer: B. Unity, freedom, and the shared values of the American people.
Correct. The American flag is a symbol of the unity and ideals that the country stands for: freedom, democracy, and equality. Why do you think symbols like the flag are important for fostering unity?
I think it's because they remind people of what we all share. No matter where we come from or what we believe, it's something that brings everyone together.
Exactly. Symbols like the flag create a sense of belonging and remind citizens of the values that unite them. They're powerful tools for promoting unity, especially in times of division.
Mark looked at the flag differently now. It wasn't just a piece of fabric. It was a symbol that connected people across different backgrounds, beliefs, and histories. It represented the unity that made the country strong.
Next, let's explore how unity plays a role in strengthening democracy through peaceful protest and advocacy. Question: what is one way citizens can promote unity while advocating for change? A. By using violence to force change. B. By engaging in peaceful protests and discussions. C. By shutting down discussions with opposing views.
Answer: B. By engaging in peaceful protests and discussions.
Exactly. Peaceful protest is one of the most powerful ways citizens can promote unity while advocating for change. Why do you think peaceful protests are more effective than violence?
Because violence just divides people even more. Peaceful protests show that you care about change, but you also care about the people you're trying to reach.
That's exactly right. Peaceful protests foster dialogue and help bring people together, even when they have different opinions. It's a way to stand up for what you believe in while still promoting unity.
Mark understood now that unity didn't mean staying silent or avoiding difficult conversations. It meant finding ways to advocate for change while keeping the community together. It was about balancing passion for progress with respect for others. Anne smiled at Mark, her pride evident.
Mark, you've grasped something truly important. Unity is the key to ensuring that progress, justice, and democracy continue to thrive. You've learned so much, and I know you're going to be a great citizen, one who leads with unity at heart.
Thank you, Anne. I feel like I'm ready for this. Unity isn't just about agreeing. It's about respecting others and working together, no matter the differences.
Exactly. And that's how you'll help build a better future for yourself, your community, and the country.
Mark left the community center for the last time, feeling both a sense of closure and new beginnings. The ceremony was only a few hours away, and as he walked through the snowy streets, he felt the weight and beauty of the word unity. Becoming a citizen wasn't just about rights. It was about becoming part of something larger, a shared dream of freedom and equality that united people across all walks of life. Mark was ready to take his oath and step into his new role, knowing that unity would guide him in all the days to come. As Mark prepares to take his oath of citizenship, reflect on this. How can you promote unity in your community while standing up for the issues you care about?
Question for the audience: what is one way citizens can advocate for change while promoting unity? A. By shutting down opposing views. B. By engaging in peaceful protests and fostering discussions. C. By avoiding all discussions about change. Peaceful advocacy helps citizens bring attention to important issues while fostering understanding and unity.
Here are 5 words and phrases related to the theme of U.S. Citizenship Test. Part 16. The Power of Unity.
Unity. The state of being united or joined as a whole, especially among people in a community or nation. Symbol. A representation, such as the flag, that stands for the values and beliefs of a country or group. Peaceful protest. A nonviolent way for citizens to express their views and demand change while promoting dialogue and unity. Advocacy. The act of supporting a cause or proposal, often through peaceful means like protesting or petitioning. Common ground. Shared interests or beliefs between people with different viewpoints, which can be the basis for dialogue and unity.
U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 17. Guardians of Freedom. The snow had stopped falling, and the sky was clear as Mark walked toward the community center one last time. His citizenship ceremony had taken place just a few days before, and now he was returning to see Anne for the first time as an official U.S. citizen. The journey had been long, filled with learning about rights, responsibilities, and the importance of unity. But now that he had taken the oath, Mark felt a deeper understanding of what it truly meant to guard the freedoms he had learned about. Today's meeting wasn't about preparing for a test. It was about reflecting on the role of every citizen as a guardian of those freedoms. As Mark entered the study room, Anne greeted him with the brightest smile yet, clearly proud of how far he had come.
Mark, congratulations. You're officially a citizen. How does it feel?
It feels incredible, Anne. Everything we talked about, everything I've learned, it all feels so much more real now. I'm not just thinking about rights, I'm thinking about how I can protect them.
That's exactly the mindset of a true citizen. Today, let's reflect on how each of us, as citizens, plays a role in guarding the freedoms and values that make this country strong. It's about understanding that freedom isn't just a given. It's something we all have to protect. Question: what is one responsibility citizens have to protect the freedoms outlined in the Constitution? A. Stay silent when rights are violated. B. Speak up and defend those rights, even when it's difficult. C. Let the government decide which freedoms to protect.
Answer: B. Speak up and defend those rights, even when it's difficult.
Exactly. Defending freedom often requires courage. Citizens have the responsibility to protect their own rights and the rights of others. Why do you think it's important for people to speak up when they see rights being violated?
I think it's because if no one speaks up, those rights could be taken away. We can't take freedom for granted. We have to make sure everyone is treated fairly.
That's right. Silence in the face of injustice can lead to the erosion of freedoms. Protecting rights isn't just the job of the government. It's the responsibility of every citizen.
Mark realized that protecting freedom wasn't just about enjoying rights, but actively ensuring that those rights were upheld for everyone. It wasn't enough to stand by. Citizens had to be willing to act, to speak up, and to challenge injustices when they arose.
Now, let's talk about how the legal system plays a role in defending those rights and how citizens can engage with it. Question: what role does the judicial branch play in protecting individual freedoms? A. It makes laws. B. It interprets the Constitution and ensures laws are applied fairly. C. It enforces the laws.
Answer: B. It interprets the Constitution and ensures laws are applied fairly.
Correct. The judicial branch, especially the Supreme Court, plays a crucial role in interpreting the Constitution and making sure that laws do not infringe on individual freedoms. Why do you think this process of interpretation is so important for protecting rights?
Because laws can change, but the Constitution is the foundation. If the laws go against the Constitution, people's rights could be at risk, so the courts have to step in to protect those rights.
Exactly. The courts are there to ensure that the freedoms guaranteed by the Constitution are upheld, even when laws or policies might challenge them. It's a critical part of maintaining balance and fairness in the system.
Mark now appreciated how vital the judicial branch was in safeguarding the freedoms he had come to cherish. It wasn't just about making laws. It was about making sure those laws respected the fundamental rights enshrined in the Constitution.
Let's explore another important way citizens can protect freedom by ensuring free speech remains strong. Question: why is freedom of speech essential to a healthy democracy? A. It allows only the government to express opinions. B. It enables citizens to discuss, criticize, and challenge their government. C. It prevents people from disagreeing.
Answer: B. It enables citizens to discuss, criticize, and challenge their government.
Correct. Freedom of speech is one of the most important ways citizens can hold their government accountable. Why do you think being able to criticize the government is so important for democracy?
Because it keeps the government in check. If people can't speak up, the government could do whatever it wants without being challenged.
Exactly. Open dialogue and the ability to question authority are fundamental to ensuring that democracy thrives. Without free speech, citizens wouldn't have the power to protect their rights or push for change.
Mark saw now how essential free speech was, not just as a right but as a tool for maintaining freedom. It allowed citizens to challenge injustice, demand transparency, and ensure that their voices were always heard. Anne leaned back in her chair, her voice filled with pride and a sense of completion.
Mark, you've completed your journey to citizenship, but the work of protecting these freedoms continues every day. You've learned that it's not just about enjoying the benefits of living in a democracy. It's about ensuring those benefits are preserved for everyone.
I understand that now. It's not just about my rights, it's about all of us working together to protect them. I'm ready to do my part.
And I have no doubt that you will. Remember, being a guardian of freedom isn't about grand gestures. It's about the small, everyday actions that protect the rights of everyone in this country.
As Mark left the community center, the crisp winter air reminded him of how far he had come. He was no longer just someone preparing for a test. He was a citizen, fully committed to protecting the freedoms and rights that made this country what it was. He knew that his role as a guardian of freedom would continue throughout his life, in both small and significant ways. And he was ready to take on that responsibility, knowing that every citizen had the power to uphold the values that defined the nation. As Mark reflects on his new role as a guardian of freedom, consider this. How can you help protect the rights and freedoms of others in your everyday life?
Question for the audience: why is freedom of speech important for protecting democracy? A. It allows citizens to hold their government accountable. B. It restricts people from sharing their opinions. C. It only benefits the government. Freedom of speech is essential for ensuring that citizens can voice concerns, demand change, and protect their rights in a democracy.
Here are 5 words and phrases related to the theme of U.S. Citizenship Test. Part 17. Guardians of Freedom.
Guardian, a protector or defender, especially of rights and freedoms, ensuring that these values are upheld. Judicial branch, the branch of government responsible for interpreting the Constitution and ensuring that laws are applied fairly and justly. Accountability, the obligation of government officials and institutions to be answerable to the people for their actions and decisions. Interpretation, the process of explaining or understanding the meaning of laws and the Constitution, particularly in the courts. Free speech, the right to express opinions without censorship or restraint, a fundamental freedom that supports the protection of democracy.
U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 18. The Responsibility of Legacy. Mark felt a deep sense of pride as he walked through the now familiar snowy streets to the community center. This time, though, his mind was not on the journey he had completed but on the future, the legacy he would leave behind as a new citizen of the United States. His conversations with Anne had shaped his understanding of citizenship, leadership, unity, and the importance of protecting freedoms. Today, however, his thoughts had turned to something even broader: what kind of legacy he wanted to build, not only for himself but for future generations. As Mark entered the study room, Anne greeted him with her usual warmth. This was no longer about lessons but a continuation of their meaningful conversations about the role of citizenship in shaping the country's future.
Mark, it's good to see you. How does it feel to finally be a citizen?
It feels amazing, Anne. But now that I've become a citizen, I've been thinking about what comes next. I want to leave a legacy, something positive that contributes to the future of this country.
That's exactly what we're here to talk about today: legacy. Citizenship is not just about living in the present, but also about thinking of the future, of the impact you can have on the generations that follow. Question: what is one way citizens can leave a positive legacy for future generations? A. Ignoring social issues. B. Contributing to education and supporting community programs. C. Avoiding involvement in civic activities.
Answer: B. Contributing to education and supporting community programs.
Exactly. Supporting education, mentoring young people, or getting involved in community projects can have a lasting impact. Why do you think investing in education and community programs is such an important part of building a legacy?
Because the next generation will shape the future, and helping them succeed means that the country will continue to grow and improve.
Exactly right. Education and community programs help set the foundation for a better future, and by contributing to these efforts, you're helping to build a legacy that lasts beyond your own life.
Mark now understood that leaving a legacy wasn't about grand gestures but about investing in people and communities. Helping others, especially the younger generation, ensured that the values he held dear would continue to thrive.
Let's talk about another way to leave a legacy: through environmental stewardship. Question: how can citizens help protect the environment for future generations? A. By using natural resources irresponsibly. B. By promoting sustainable practices and conservation. C. By ignoring environmental issues.
Answer: B. By promoting sustainable practices and conservation.
That's correct. Protecting the environment is one of the most important ways we can leave a positive legacy. Why do you think sustainability is so important for the future?
Because without a healthy environment, future generations won't have the resources they need. If we don't take care of it now, it could be too late.
Exactly. Environmental stewardship ensures that natural resources are preserved and protected for those who come after us. It's a key part of creating a sustainable legacy that benefits everyone.
Mark had always cared about the environment, but now he saw it as part of his broader responsibility as a citizen. Protecting the planet wasn't just about him. It was about ensuring future generations had the same opportunities and resources he enjoyed.
Now, let's turn to another way you can leave a legacy: through civic participation and inspiring others to get involved. Question: how can citizens inspire others to participate in democracy? A. By staying silent on important issues. B. By setting an example and encouraging civic involvement. C. By discouraging voting and civic engagement.
Answer. B. By setting an example and encouraging civic involvement.
Exactly. Leading by example and encouraging others to vote, volunteer, or participate in discussions can inspire a culture of engagement. Why do you think it's important to encourage others to get involved?
Because democracy only works when everyone participates. If people don't get involved, their voices won't be heard, and progress won't happen.
That's exactly it. Civic participation is one of the cornerstones of democracy, and by encouraging others to get involved, you're ensuring that the system remains strong and representative.
Mark now realized that leaving a legacy wasn't just about what he did personally, but also about how he inspired others to act. By motivating others to get involved, he could help create a ripple effect that strengthened the entire community. Anne leaned forward, her voice gentle but firm.
Mark, you've come so far, and now you're thinking about the future. Leaving a legacy is about more than just what we accomplish for ourselves. It's about what we give to others, to the next generation, and to the community. I know you'll do amazing things.
Thank you, Anne. I feel ready to contribute in ways that make a difference, not just now, but for the future.
And that's the best kind of citizenship, one that thinks about the future and how we can make sure that the values we cherish continue long after we're gone.
Mark stepped out of the community center, his breath forming soft clouds in the cold air. He felt a deep sense of purpose, knowing that his journey as a citizen had only just begun. Now, his focus was on leaving a legacy, one that supported the community, protected the environment, and inspired others to get involved. The weight of responsibility felt lighter, knowing that every small action he took today could have a lasting impact on future generations. With a sense of clarity, Mark knew his legacy would be one of progress, unity, and contribution to the common good. As Mark reflects on the idea of leaving a legacy, consider this. How can your actions today help shape a better future for the generations to come?
Question for the audience: what is one way citizens can help protect the environment for future generations? A. By ignoring environmental issues. B. By using resources irresponsibly. C. By promoting sustainable practices and conservation. Ensuring that future generations have access to a healthy environment is one of the most important legacies we can leave.
Here are 5 words and phrases related to the theme of U.S. Citizenship Test. Part 18. The Responsibility of Legacy.
Legacy. Something handed down or left for future generations, often related to values, actions, or contributions to society. Sustainability. The practice of using resources in a way that meets current needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet theirs. Stewardship. The responsible management and care of something, such as the environment, to ensure its preservation for the future. Civic engagement, active participation in the public life of a community, especially through activities like voting, volunteering, or advocating for change. Inspire, to motivate or encourage others to take action, often by setting a positive example or advocating for important causes.
U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 19, The Power of Community. Mark walked through the snowy streets toward the community center with a sense of both accomplishment and anticipation. As he reflected on the journey to citizenship, he realized that every lesson, every conversation with Anne had taught him about his rights, his responsibilities, and the legacy he hoped to leave. But there was one more concept he felt needed deeper exploration: the power of community. Citizenship wasn't just about individual rights and duties. It was also about being part of a greater whole, a community that thrived on mutual support, shared goals, and collective strength. When he entered the familiar study room, Anne greeted him with her usual warmth, but this time there was an even stronger sense of pride between them. Their journey together had evolved from lessons into shared reflections about life as a citizen.
Mark, you've come so far, and today I think we should talk about something that's at the heart of citizenship: community. It's about more than just personal success. It's about contributing to the well-being of those around you.
I've been thinking about that a lot, Anne. Everything we've discussed, the rights, responsibilities, leadership, and legacy, all comes back to community, doesn't it?
Exactly. A strong community makes everything else possible. Let's talk about how you can help build and strengthen your community, and how that contributes to the nation as a whole. Question: what is one way citizens can strengthen their local community? A. By isolating themselves from others. B. By volunteering, attending local events, and supporting neighbors. C. By only focusing on their personal success.
Answer: B. By volunteering, attending local events, and supporting neighbors.
Correct. Building strong communities is about engagement, getting involved, helping out, and being present in local activities. Why do you think that's important for the community?
Because it brings people together. When people support each other and work together, the community becomes stronger and more resilient.
Exactly. A strong community is one where people feel connected and supported. It's how we help each other thrive, and it makes society as a whole stronger.
Mark had always thought about community in a general sense, but now he saw the power of getting involved in small ways: attending events, volunteering, and being a supportive presence. It was through these small acts that strong, lasting connections were formed.
Now, let's talk about another way you can contribute to your community: through economic support and local businesses. Question: How can supporting local businesses strengthen a community? A. By helping large corporations grow. B. By keeping money within the community and creating jobs. C. By making local economies weaker.
Answer: B. By keeping money within the community and creating jobs.
That's right. Supporting local businesses helps the community by creating jobs and keeping the economy strong. Why do you think that's important for the overall health of a community?
Because when local businesses thrive, more people have jobs, and the money stays in the community. It creates a cycle of growth that benefits everyone.
Exactly. Local businesses are the backbone of many communities. By supporting them, you're helping to create opportunities for your neighbors and ensuring that the community stays vibrant and self-sustaining.
Mark now saw how supporting local businesses wasn't just about convenience. It was about investing in the well-being of the entire community. Every purchase, every connection with a local business owner helped create a stronger, more prosperous neighborhood.
Another way to contribute to your community is by ensuring it's safe and welcoming for everyone. Question: how can citizens help make their communities safer? A. By ignoring problems and assuming someone else will fix them. B. By working together with neighbors, law enforcement, and local leaders. C. By avoiding communication with others.
Answer: B. By working together with neighbors, law enforcement, and local leaders.
That's right. A safe community is one where people look out for each other and work together to solve problems. Why do you think collaboration is so important for safety?
Because no one can do it alone. When people work together, they can spot problems early and help each other find solutions. It builds trust.
Exactly. Collaboration between citizens and local authorities fosters trust, ensures that everyone feels safe, and helps prevent issues from growing. It's all about communication and teamwork.
Mark realized that safety wasn't just about policing or laws. It was about people working together, being vigilant, and caring for one another. It was the trust and collaboration between neighbors that made communities feel secure. Anne leaned forward, her voice filled with pride as she addressed Mark one final time.
Mark, you've learned so much, and now you understand that citizenship is more than just rights and duties. It's about how you contribute to the collective strength of your community. You've embraced the idea of legacy, and now you see how that legacy can be built within your own neighborhood.
Thank you, Anne. I feel ready to be part of something bigger, to help build a community that's strong, welcoming, and supportive.
And I have no doubt that you'll do exactly that. Remember, every action you take to strengthen your community contributes to the strength of the nation as a whole.
As Mark walked out of the community center, the sky was bright, the snow gleaming under the winter sun. He felt a deep sense of purpose, knowing that his journey as a citizen was only beginning. Now, it was about contributing to the power of community through small actions, helping his neighbors, supporting local businesses, and working together to create a safe, thriving environment. The future wasn't just about him. It was about everyone working together, united in the goal of building a stronger, more connected society. Mark knew that by investing in his community, he was investing in the future of the country he had come to call home. As Mark reflects on the importance of building a strong community, consider this. How can you contribute to the well-being of your local community? And why is it important to do so?
Question for the audience. What is one way citizens can help make their communities safer? A. By avoiding communication with neighbors. B. By working together with neighbors and local leaders. C. By ignoring local problems. A safe and welcoming community is built when citizens collaborate and look out for one another, working together to create a secure environment.
Here are 5 words and phrases related to the theme of U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 19, The Power of Community.
Community. A group of people living in the same area or having shared interests, working together for the common good. Collaboration. The action of working with others to achieve a common goal, especially for the improvement of a community. Local business. A business that operates within a community and serves the residents, often contributing to the local economy by creating jobs. Safety. The condition of being protected from danger, harm, or injury, often achieved through community vigilance and cooperation. Engagement. Active participation in activities and efforts that benefit the community, including volunteering, supporting local initiatives, and building relationships.
U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 20, The Future of Democracy. The cold air was crisp as Mark walked once more to the community center. Today's reflection felt different. It had been weeks since his citizenship ceremony, and in that time, Mark had been thinking about the lessons he'd learned and the future ahead of him. His journey had taught him the power of unity, leadership, responsibility, and the importance of leaving a lasting legacy. But today, his thoughts were focused on something even broader, the future of democracy. How could he, as a citizen, help preserve and strengthen democracy for future generations? As he entered the familiar study room, Anne smiled at him. This conversation would be about looking ahead, about what it meant to sustain and grow the democracy he was now a part of.
Mark, welcome back. It's been a while since your ceremony. How's it been adjusting to life as a citizen?
It's been great, Anne. I've been reflecting on everything we talked about. Lately, I've been thinking a lot about the future, not just for myself, but for the country and its democracy.
That's wonderful to hear. Democracy isn't static, it's always evolving. Today, let's explore how you can be part of shaping its future, how citizens play a role in keeping democracy alive and strong. Question: what is one way citizens can help strengthen democracy? A. By staying disengaged from politics. B. By participating in elections and civic activities. C. By letting only government officials make decisions.
Answer: B. By participating in elections and civic activities.
Exactly. Democracy relies on active participation. When citizens engage in elections, attend town halls, and get involved in local government, they help shape the future. Why do you think active participation is so crucial?
Because democracy is about people's voices. If people don't participate, decisions will be made without their input, and that could weaken the system.
Exactly right. Participation ensures that democracy reflects the will of the people. When citizens are engaged, they can influence policies and help address the challenges facing the country.
Mark understood that democracy wasn't something that could be taken for granted. It required constant involvement. His participation, along with that of others, would determine the strength and direction of the nation's future.
Let's talk about one of the most important protections of democracy: voting rights. Question: why is it important to protect voting rights for all citizens? A. So only certain groups can have a say in government. B. To ensure that everyone has an equal voice in democracy. C. To limit participation to people in power.
Answer: B. To ensure that everyone has an equal voice in democracy.
Correct. Protecting voting rights ensures that every citizen has a voice in shaping the government. Why do you think it's essential for everyone to have an equal opportunity to vote?
Because without equal voting rights, some people's voices would be silenced. If only a few people have power, it undermines the fairness and representation that democracy is built on.
That's exactly it. Voting is one of the most important ways citizens can influence their government. When voting rights are protected, democracy thrives because it ensures everyone has a say, no matter their background or status.
Mark realized how critical voting rights were to maintaining a true democracy. If those rights were not protected, the entire system could become unbalanced, favoring only certain groups while leaving others behind.
Now, let's talk about the role of innovation and adapting to new challenges, how democracy evolves to meet modern times. Question: how can democracy adapt to meet the challenges of a changing world? A. By resisting any change and sticking to old ways. B. By embracing new ideas and technologies while maintaining core values. C. By ignoring new technologies and staying disconnected.
Answer: B. By embracing new ideas and technologies while maintaining core values.
Exactly. Democracy must evolve with the times to address modern challenges like technology, climate change, and global relations. Why do you think it's important for democracy to be adaptable?
Because the world is always changing. If democracy doesn't adapt, it could become outdated and unable to respond to new issues. But at the same time, it's important to hold onto core values like freedom and equality.
That's exactly right. Democracy must evolve to stay relevant, but it should always be grounded in the values that make it strong. By being open to new ideas while staying true to those principles, citizens can help guide democracy into the future.
Mark saw now that the future of democracy depended not only on maintaining its foundational values, but also on being flexible and innovative. New challenges would always arise, but the system could endure if it evolved thoughtfully. Anne leaned back, her expression filled with pride and hope.
Mark, you've learned so much, and now you understand that democracy isn't just about the past or the present, it's about the future. It's about ensuring that the system remains strong, adaptable, and representative of everyone.
Thank you, Anne. I feel like I'm ready not just to live in a democracy, but to help it grow and evolve. The future of democracy depends on all of us staying involved and open to change.
Exactly. And I know you'll do great things as a citizen who understands the responsibility and the potential of democracy. Remember, it's in your hands and the hands of every citizen to help shape what comes next.
As Mark walked out into the cold, clear air, his thoughts were filled with the future. He knew now that democracy wasn't something that just happened. It was something that had to be nurtured, protected, and adapted. The future of the country depended on citizens like him staying engaged, protecting voting rights, and embracing innovation while holding onto the core values that made the system strong. Mark felt a sense of pride and responsibility as he realized that every action he took contributed to the future of democracy, a future that he and every citizen had the power to shape. As Mark reflects on the future of democracy, think about this. How can you help ensure that democracy remains strong and adaptable for future generations?
Question for the audience: why is it important for democracy to adapt to new challenges? A. To stay relevant and address modern issues while preserving core values. B. To resist any change and hold onto outdated practices. C. To limit participation in the democratic process. A thriving democracy is one that evolves with the times while maintaining its foundational principles, ensuring that it remains effective and inclusive for everyone.
Here are 5 words and phrases related to the theme of U.S. Citizenship Test. Part 20. The Future of Democracy.
Democracy, a system of government in which power is vested in the people, who exercise that power through voting, participation, and civic engagement. Voting rights, the rights of citizens to vote in elections and have an equal say in government decisions. Adaptability, the ability to adjust to new conditions or challenges while maintaining core values and principles. Civic participation, the involvement of citizens in the political and community life of their country, helping to shape government decisions and policies. Innovation, the introduction of new ideas, methods, or technologies that can help democracy evolve and address modern challenges.
U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 21, The Role of Integrity. The air was crisp as Mark walked toward the community center once again, his breath visible in the cold. His mind was clear, focused on the deeper themes that had emerged from his journey to citizenship. Mark had learned about the importance of community, leadership, and the power of democracy. But now he was reflecting on something even more personal: integrity. What did it mean to be a citizen with integrity? Someone who upheld not just the laws, but the values of honesty, fairness, and accountability in everyday life. As he entered the familiar study room, Anne greeted him with her usual warmth. This time, they would focus on the foundation of all the lessons Mark had learned: the role of personal integrity in supporting the health of the country and its institutions.
Mark, you've explored so much on your journey to becoming a citizen, but today I want to talk about something that ties everything together: integrity. It's one of the most important qualities a citizen can have.
I've been thinking a lot about that too, Anne. Being a good citizen isn't just about following rules. It's about doing the right thing, even when no one is watching.
Exactly. Integrity is about being accountable, honest, and fair. It's essential for building trust in communities and ensuring that democracy functions properly. Let's talk about how integrity plays a role in shaping a strong society. Question: how does integrity contribute to a strong and healthy democracy? A. By allowing dishonesty to thrive. B. By ensuring honesty, transparency, and accountability in government and civic life. C. By encouraging people to bend the rules when it benefits them.
Answer: B. By ensuring honesty, transparency, and accountability in government and civic life.
Exactly. Integrity builds trust between citizens and their government, and it ensures that the systems in place are fair and transparent. Why do you think trust is so important for a healthy democracy?
Because without trust, people won't believe in the system. If they think leaders are dishonest or the process is unfair, they'll lose faith in democracy.
That's exactly it. Integrity is what keeps the system functioning. Without it, democracy breaks down because people stop believing in its ability to protect their rights and serve the public good.
Mark realized that integrity wasn't just a personal virtue. It was the glue that held democracy together. Without honesty and accountability, the entire system could falter, leading to mistrust and division.
Let's explore how personal integrity influences decisions at the community level. Question: how can personal integrity affect the well-being of a local community? A. By encouraging selfish behavior. B. By fostering trust, cooperation, and fairness among community members. C. By allowing people to break rules as long as no one knows.
Answer: B. By fostering trust, cooperation, and fairness among community members.
That's right. Integrity at the community level means people trust each other, work together, and play by the rules. Why do you think trust between neighbors and local leaders is so important?
Because when people trust each other, they're more likely to help each other out. It creates a sense of safety and cooperation, which makes the communities stronger.
Exactly. Trust is the foundation of any strong community. When people know they can count on each other to be fair and honest, the entire community benefits.
Mark had seen firsthand how trust strengthened communities. Neighbors who trusted each other formed deeper bonds, and leaders who acted with integrity earned the respect and confidence of those they served. It was a cycle that fueled the health of the entire community.
Now, let's consider how integrity influences our personal choices and how we hold ourselves accountable. Question: why is personal accountability important for maintaining integrity? A. It allows people to avoid taking responsibility for their actions. B. It helps individuals correct mistakes and stay true to their values. C. It encourages people to blame others for their failures.
Answer: B. It helps individuals correct mistakes and stay true to their values.
Correct. Accountability means being responsible for your actions, admitting when you're wrong, and making sure your decisions align with your values. Why do you think accountability is so essential for maintaining integrity?
Because no one is perfect. But if you can admit when you've made a mistake and learn from it, you can still act with integrity. It shows that you're committed to doing the right thing, even when it's hard.
Exactly. Personal accountability helps build integrity over time. It's not about being flawless. It's about staying true to your values and correcting course when needed.
Mark now saw how integrity wasn't just about always being right. It was about learning, admitting mistakes, and staying true to the values that mattered. This personal responsibility was essential not only in his own life, but in building trust and credibility with others. Anne smiled at Mark, her eyes filled with pride as they neared the conclusion of their journey together.
Mark, you've learned about so many aspects of citizenship, but integrity is what ties everything together. It's the foundation for trust in government, for fairness in the community, and for personal accountability in everyday life.
Thank you, Anne. I understand now that integrity is at the heart of everything. It's what keeps democracy strong, what builds communities, and what keeps me accountable to myself and others.
And that's the true mark of a citizen, someone who understands the power of integrity and lives by it. You're ready to make a real difference, Mark. And I know you'll be a citizen who upholds these values every day.
As Mark stepped out into the cold, winter sun, he felt a deep sense of clarity. His journey to citizenship had taught him so much, but now he understood the central role that integrity played in everything. It wasn't just about following the law. It was about doing the right thing for his community, his country, and himself. Integrity was what built trust, what strengthened democracy, and what allowed him to be a responsible and fair citizen. Mark knew that from this day forward, every decision he made would reflect the values he had learned and the integrity he was committed to upholding. As Mark reflects on the role of integrity in citizenship, think about this. How can acting with integrity in everyday life contribute to building trust in your community?
Question for the audience: how does integrity in leadership influence a community's trust in government? A. It shows that leaders are accountable and trustworthy, encouraging public confidence. B. It allows leaders to act without accountability. C. It undermines public confidence by keeping decisions secret. Integrity in leadership builds trust between citizens and government, ensuring transparency and accountability in all decisions.
Here are 5 words and phrases related to the theme of U.S. Citizenship Test. Part 21. The role of integrity.
Integrity, the quality of being honest, fair, and responsible in one's actions, staying true to moral principles. Accountability, taking responsibility for one's actions, including admitting mistakes and making corrections when necessary. Transparency, the quality of being open and honest, particularly in government and leadership, so that actions are clear and understandable to the public. Trust, a firm belief in the reliability or honesty of someone or something, especially in relationships within a community or between citizens and their government. Fairness, the quality of making decisions impartially, ensuring equal treatment and justice for all.
U.S. Citizenship Test. Part 22. The Strength of Resilience. Mark walked through the snowy streets, feeling the familiar crispness of winter air. As he reflected on his journey to citizenship, his thoughts centered on one final key concept: resilience. He had learned about integrity, leadership, unity, and the importance of participation in democracy. But there was something essential about resilience: the ability to face challenges, adapt, and persist. Resilience wasn't just an individual trait. It was a quality that strengthened communities and even nations. Mark knew that, as a citizen, he would face obstacles. There would be times when progress seemed slow or when adversity struck, but resilience would help him and others overcome these challenges. Today, he was heading to the community center for one final conversation with Anne, reflecting on how resilience played a vital role in his life as a new citizen. As Mark entered the room, Anne was waiting, her usual smile greeting him. This conversation was about how resilience, both personal and collective, ensured that citizens and their communities could overcome adversity and continue to grow stronger.
Mark, I've been thinking about how far you've come. Today, I want to talk about something that keeps everything else together: resilience. It's about how we respond to challenges and how we continue to move forward, both as individuals and as a nation.
I've been thinking a lot about that too. In every lesson we've covered, there's always been a moment where things got difficult, but it's the resilience that kept me going.
Exactly. Resilience is the ability to persist in the face of difficulties. It's how communities rebuild after setbacks, how democracies recover after crises, and how individuals grow stronger from challenges. Let's explore how resilience plays a role in citizenship. Question: how does resilience help a community recover from challenges? A. By allowing people to give up when things get tough. B. By encouraging people to work together, adapt, and find solutions. C. By ignoring the problems and hoping they go away.
Answer: B. By encouraging people to work together, adapt, and find solutions.
Exactly. Resilience is about adapting to change and overcoming adversity through cooperation and determination. Why do you think working together makes a community more resilient?
Because no one can do it alone. When people support each other, they can share ideas, resources, and strength. Together, they can bounce back faster from setbacks.
That's exactly right. Resilience is about unity and collaboration, and it helps communities come out stronger after a challenge. It's an essential part of ensuring that both individuals and communities can thrive even in difficult times.
Mark reflected on how resilience wasn't just about enduring hardships alone. It was about coming together, using collective strength to rebuild, and growing stronger as a community.
Now, let's talk about how resilience applies not just to communities, but to democracies as well. Question: how does resilience ensure the strength of a democracy? A. By allowing citizens to give up on their rights. B. By ensuring that citizens persist in defending democratic values even during tough times. C. By weakening the government when challenges arise.
Answer: B. By ensuring that citizens persist in defending democratic values, even during tough times.
Correct. Democracy is not immune to challenges, but it's the resilience of its citizens that keeps it strong. Why do you think it's important for citizens to remain resilient, especially during difficult periods?
Because challenges will always come, whether political, social, or economic. If citizens stop participating or defending their rights, democracy could weaken. Resilience keeps the system working even when things get tough.
That's right. A resilient democracy is one where citizens stay engaged, protect their rights, and continue pushing for positive change no matter the obstacles. It's the commitment to democratic values that ensures they endure.
Mark understood now that resilience was essential to maintaining a healthy democracy. It wasn't just about enjoying freedoms. It was about standing firm in the face of challenges, continuing to advocate for those freedoms, and ensuring the system remained strong and fair for everyone.
Let's look at resilience on a personal level, how it shapes your character as a citizen. Question: why is personal resilience important for being an effective citizen? A. It helps individuals give up when they face obstacles. B. It allows people to recover from setbacks, learn, and keep contributing. C. It encourages people to avoid challenges altogether.
Answer: B. It allows people to recover from setbacks, learn, and keep contributing.
Exactly. Personal resilience means you can face challenges, learn from them, and keep moving forward. Why do you think this ability to bounce back is so important for citizenship?
Because life isn't easy, and things don't always go as planned. But if you can adapt and keep trying, you can still make a difference and contribute to your community.
That's right. Resilience gives you the strength to keep contributing, even after setbacks. It's a key trait for anyone who wants to create positive change and uphold their responsibilities as a citizen.
Mark realized how resilience had played a role throughout his entire journey to citizenship. It was what had kept him going when things got difficult, and it was what would help him continue contributing, no matter what challenges lay ahead. Resilience wasn't just a quality, it was a way of living as a citizen. Anne smiled at Mark, clearly proud of how far he had come.
Mark, you've learned so much, and now you understand that resilience is what keeps everything else going. It's what helps communities recover, what keeps democracies strong, and what allows you to face challenges with determination and purpose.
Thank you, Anne. I feel ready to face whatever comes next, knowing that resilience will help me, my community, and this country continue to grow stronger.
And that's exactly what being a resilient citizen is all about: facing challenges with strength, adapting when needed, and always moving forward. I have no doubt that you'll continue to make a positive impact.
As Mark stepped outside, the snow gently falling around him, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. His journey to citizenship had been filled with challenges, but resilience had carried him through. Now, he knew that this same resilience would guide him as he continued to contribute to his community and defend the values of democracy. Every citizen faced obstacles, but it was how they responded, how they adapted and continued to fight for a better future, that truly mattered. Mark was ready to be that kind of citizen, resilient, strong, and committed to progress, no matter the difficulties that lay ahead. As Mark reflects on the importance of resilience, think about this. How can you strengthen your personal resilience and help build a stronger, more resilient community?
Question for the audience: how does resilience help strengthen a democracy? A. It helps citizens give up when they face challenges. B. It encourages citizens to persist in defending democratic values during tough times. C. It weakens democratic institutions when times are hard. Resilience ensures that citizens remain engaged and committed to protecting democratic values, even in the face of adversity.
Here are 5 words and phrases related to the theme of U.S. Citizenship Test. Part 22. The Strength of Resilience.
Resilience, the ability to recover from setbacks, adapt to change, and continue moving forward in the face of adversity. Adversity, difficulties or challenges that individuals, communities, or nations face, requiring strength and resilience to overcome. Cooperation, the act of working together with others to achieve common goals, particularly in overcoming challenges. Perseverance, the continued effort to achieve something despite difficulties, an essential quality for resilience. Adaptation, the process of adjusting to new conditions or challenges in a way that allows individuals or communities to grow stronger.
U.S. Citizenship Test. Part 23. The Value of Compassion. The winter air felt gentler than usual as Mark walked through the familiar streets toward the community center. Each step filled him with a deep sense of purpose as he reflected on his journey to citizenship and the lessons he had learned. He had come to understand the importance of integrity, resilience, leadership, and unity. But today, as he headed for one of his final conversations with Anne, he found himself contemplating something just as vital: compassion. What role did kindness, empathy, and understanding play in being a citizen? How could compassion help build stronger communities, healthier democracies, and a more united country? As he entered the study room, Anne greeted him with her usual warmth, but today felt different. Today, their conversation would focus on how compassion, an often overlooked yet powerful quality, could make an immense difference in society.
Mark, you've grown so much on this journey, and today I want to talk about something that ties everything we've discussed together. Compassion. It's about how we treat each other, how we understand each other's struggles, and how we build stronger communities through empathy.
I've been thinking about that too, Anne. I've realized that compassion isn't just about being kind. It's about understanding others and helping them. It seems like it's at the core of everything we've talked about.
Exactly. Compassion is the foundation of a healthy, vibrant community. It allows people to connect, to lift each other up, and to make sure no one is left behind. Let's explore how compassion plays a role in your life as a citizen. Question: How does compassion strengthen a community? A. By encouraging people to ignore each other's struggles. B. By fostering empathy and support for one another. C. By making people focus only on themselves.
Answer: B. By fostering empathy and support for one another.
Exactly. Compassion helps people connect and support each other in times of need. Why do you think empathy is so important in building strong, resilient communities?
Because when people understand each other's struggles, they're more willing to help. It brings people together and makes the community stronger, especially when times are tough.
That's exactly right. Compassion fosters connections and makes it easier for people to work together. It helps build a sense of trust and belonging that is essential for a healthy community.
Mark realized that compassion wasn't just an emotional response. It was a powerful tool for building a better world. When people cared about each other and acted on that care, they could create a community where everyone felt valued and supported.
Now, let's talk about how compassion extends beyond just individual actions. It plays a key role in how citizens interact with their government and society as a whole. Question: how can compassion influence government policies? A. By encouraging policies that ignore vulnerable populations. B. By promoting policies that consider the needs of all, especially the most vulnerable. C. By focusing only on the interests of the majority.
Answer: B. By promoting policies that consider the needs of all, especially the most vulnerable.
That's right. Compassion can shape government policies by ensuring that the needs of the most vulnerable are taken into account. Why do you think it's important for governments to consider everyone's well-being, not just the majority?
Because a society is only as strong as its most vulnerable members. If we don't care for those in need, we create divisions and inequalities that weaken the whole country.
Exactly. Compassion ensures that no one is left behind and that government policies reflect the needs of everyone, not just those with the most power or influence.
Mark now understood how compassion could shape not only individual actions but also broader societal decisions. It was about creating a society where everyone mattered, where policies were designed with empathy and fairness in mind.
Let's explore how compassion is important in your personal actions as a citizen, especially when it comes to everyday interactions. Question: how can citizens practice compassion in their everyday lives? A. By ignoring the struggles of others. B. By offering help and kindness to those in need, even in small ways. C. By focusing only on their own problems.
Answer: B. By offering help and kindness to those in need, even in small ways.
Exactly. Practicing compassion in everyday life means showing kindness, understanding, and offering help when we can. Why do you think small acts of compassion can have such a big impact?
Because even a small act can make a big difference for someone who's struggling. It creates a ripple effect. When one person is kind, it encourages others to be kind too.
That's right. Small acts of compassion build trust, foster relationships, and create a more supportive and connected community. It's about making the world a little better, one kind gesture at a time.
Mark had always believed in being kind, but now he understood the far-reaching impact of everyday compassion. It wasn't just about helping individuals. It was about contributing to a culture of empathy and care that could change entire communities. Anne leaned forward, her voice filled with encouragement.
Mark, you've learned so much, and now you understand that compassion is at the heart of everything we've talked about. It's what drives us to support each other, to create fair policies, and to build communities where everyone is valued.
Thank you, Anne. I see now that being a good citizen isn't just about rights and responsibilities. It's about compassion too. It's about caring for others and making sure we all move forward together.
Exactly. Compassion ensures that we not only look after ourselves, but also care for those around us. And that's how we create a stronger, more united country.
As Mark left the community center, the snow falling softly around him, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. He had learned many lessons on his path to citizenship, but compassion tied them all together. Compassion wasn't just about individual kindness. It was about building a world where everyone felt cared for, where policies reflected empathy, and where communities thrived because people supported each other. Mark was ready to take this lesson into his life as a citizen, knowing that compassion would be the driving force behind the changes he wanted to make in the world. As Mark reflects on the power of compassion, think about this. How can practicing compassion in your everyday life help strengthen your community?
Question for the audience: how can small acts of compassion make a big difference in a community? A. They can isolate people from each other. B. They build trust, encourage kindness, and foster stronger relationships. C. They only benefit the person who performs the act. Compassion creates a ripple effect, helping to build a more connected, caring, and united community.
Here are 5 words and phrases related to the theme of U.S. Citizenship Test. Part 23. The value of compassion.
Compassion, the feeling of empathy for others, especially when they are suffering, and the desire to help them. Empathy, the ability to understand and share the feelings of another person, which is key to building strong, supportive communities. Vulnerable, referring to individuals or groups who are more likely to experience difficulties or hardships and who may need additional support. Ripple effect, the continuing and spreading results of an action, such as how small acts of compassion can lead to broader positive impacts. Kindness, the quality of being friendly, generous, and considerate, which plays a crucial role in fostering trust and unity in communities.
U.S. Citizenship Test, Part 24, The Courage to Act. The cold winter breeze was familiar now as Mark made his way to the community center, but his thoughts were focused on a new realization. His journey toward citizenship had taught him about compassion, integrity, resilience, and leadership. But there was one more key element that tied everything together: courage. As a citizen, it wasn't enough to understand what was right or to feel empathy. Sometimes, it took courage to act, especially when the path ahead was uncertain or difficult. Today, as Mark prepared for one of his final conversations with Anne, he was ready to talk about the importance of courage in civic life. When Mark entered the room, Anne greeted him with a smile. She seemed to know that this conversation would be one of the most important, and today's topic, courage, was one that every citizen needed to embrace in order to bring about real change.
Mark, you've learned so much on this journey, but today I want to talk about something that ties everything together. Courage. It's about having the strength to act, even when things are difficult.
I've been thinking about that too, Anne. It's not always easy to stand up for what's right, even when you know it's important.
Exactly. Courage isn't just about bravery in the face of danger. It's about standing up for your values, even when it's hard. Let's explore how courage plays a role in being a good citizen. Question: why is courage important in defending democratic values? A. Because it allows people to stay silent when things go wrong. B. Because it encourages citizens to stand up for their rights, even when it's challenging. C. Because it means citizens avoid difficult situations.
Answer: B. Because it encourages citizens to stand up for their rights, even when it's challenging.
Exactly. Courage is what allows people to speak out and take action when they see injustice or when their rights are threatened. Why do you think it's important for citizens to act, even when it's hard?
Because if no one speaks up, things won't change. Sometimes you have to take risks to protect what's important: freedom, justice, equality.
That's right. Democracy depends on citizens being willing to defend it, even in difficult times. Courage helps people stand up for their beliefs and ensures that democratic values are upheld.
Mark understood now that courage wasn't just about heroic acts. It was about having the strength to defend values like fairness, justice, and freedom, even when it was uncomfortable or risky. This was the foundation of an engaged and resilient citizenry.
Let's look at another area where courage is needed: speaking out against injustice. Question: what role does courage play in speaking out against injustice? A. It encourages people to stay quiet when they see wrongs. B. It helps individuals confront and challenge unfairness, even when it's unpopular. C. It makes it easier to ignore problems.
Answer: B. It helps individuals confront and challenge unfairness, even when it's unpopular.
Exactly. It takes courage to stand up against injustice, especially when it's not the easy or popular thing to do. Why do you think speaking out against injustice is so important for maintaining a fair society?
Because if no one challenges injustice, it will continue. It's easy to look away, but if you do, nothing will change, and people will keep suffering.
That's exactly right. Courage helps individuals fight for what's right, even when they face resistance. It's how we move toward a more just and equitable society.
Mark realized that courage wasn't just about personal bravery. It was about the willingness to stand up for others, to challenge injustice, and to push for a better world. It was an essential quality for anyone who wanted to make a real difference.
Now, let's talk about another kind of courage, taking risks for the common good. Question: why is courage important when advocating for change in your community? A. It allows people to avoid taking responsibility for problems. B. It helps individuals take risks and push for positive change, even when success isn't guaranteed. C. It encourages people to ignore issues that don't affect them directly.
Answer: B. It helps individuals take risks and push for positive change, even when success isn't guaranteed.
Exactly. Sometimes making a difference requires taking risks, whether it's starting a community project or advocating for a new policy. Why do you think taking risks is essential for creating change?
Because change doesn't happen on its own. Sometimes you have to step into the unknown and take risks to make things better for everyone.
That's right. Courage gives people the strength to take those risks, even when the outcome is uncertain. It's how progress is made and how communities grow stronger.
Mark now saw that courage wasn't just about fighting against something. It was also about building something new. It was the strength to push forward, to take risks, and to create a better future, even when the path ahead was uncertain. Anne leaned forward, her voice filled with encouragement and pride.
Mark, you've learned so much, and now you understand that courage is at the heart of everything. It's what drives change, what helps people stand up for justice, and what keeps democracy alive.
Thank you, Anne. I feel ready to take on that responsibility, to be brave when it matters, and to stand up for what's right, even when it's hard.
And that's what being a true citizen is all about, having the courage to act, even when it's difficult. I know you'll continue to make a positive impact in your community and beyond.
As Mark stepped outside, the winter sky stretching above him, he felt a deep sense of purpose. Courage wasn't just about the big moments. It was about the small, everyday decisions to stand up for what was right, to push for change, and to fight for justice. His journey to citizenship had taught him many things, but courage was the key that tied everything together. It was the strength to defend the values that mattered and to act, even when the outcome wasn't guaranteed. Mark knew that courage would guide him as he moved forward as a citizen, helping him face challenges and make a difference, no matter what the future held. As Mark reflects on the importance of courage, think about this. How can you show courage in your everyday life to stand up for what is right and create positive change in your community?
Question for the audience: why is it important to have courage when advocating for change? A. It allows people to avoid problems. B. It helps individuals take necessary risks to make positive changes, even when it's challenging. C. It encourages people to ignore difficult situations. Courage is essential for creating positive change as it helps individuals take risks and stand up for what is right, even when the outcome is uncertain.
Here are 5 words and phrases related to the theme of U.S. Citizenship Test. Part 24. The courage to act.
Courage, the ability to face difficulty, danger, or pain without being overcome by fear, especially when standing up for what's right. Advocacy, the act of speaking or acting in support of a cause, particularly when it involves promoting change or defending rights. Injustice, a lack of fairness or justice, often involving the unfair treatment of individuals or groups. Risk, the possibility that something unpleasant or unwelcome may happen, often taken in the pursuit of positive change. Equity, fairness or justice in the way people are treated, ensuring that everyone has equal opportunities and support.
U.S. Citizenship Test, the final chapter, a legacy of action. The wind was crisp, and the familiar snow-covered streets stretched before Mark as he walked toward the community center for one last time. It felt like the end of a long journey, but also the beginning of something greater. Through his conversations with Anne, Mark had learned about citizenship, resilience, integrity, compassion, and courage. Today, as he neared the final chapter of his journey, he felt ready to not just be a citizen but to leave a legacy of action behind. This meeting with Anne wasn't just about concluding their discussions. It was about embracing everything he had learned and preparing to carry those lessons forward. Mark entered the study room, greeted by Anne's warm smile. This time, the room felt like a space for reflection, a moment to understand how far he had come.
Mark, here we are, the final conversation. You've been on quite a journey, and today is about wrapping it all up. What legacy you'll leave as a citizen, and how you'll turn these lessons into action.
I've learned so much, Anne, but I've realized that it's not just about understanding, it's about doing. I want to live these values and make a difference in the world.
That's the perfect conclusion. Citizenship is about action, about taking what you've learned and applying it in your everyday life. Let's talk about how you can leave a legacy of action starting today. Question: how can you ensure that the values of citizenship continue to guide your actions? A. By forgetting what you've learned. B. By living out the values every day and inspiring others to do the same. C. By only thinking about citizenship during elections.
Answer: B. By living out the values every day and inspiring others to do the same.
Exactly. Citizenship isn't something you practice only on election day. It's something you live every day. Why do you think it's important to carry these values with you in everything you do?
Because that's how real change happens. It's not just about voting or following laws. It's about how you treat others, how you contribute to your community, and how you live your life with integrity and compassion.
That's right. It's about consistency. When you live out these values daily, you set an example for others, and together, you help build a stronger community and country.
Mark understood that the real challenge wasn't just understanding these values, but turning them into daily actions that would create a lasting impact on those around him.
Let's talk about how you can inspire others, how the legacy you create can encourage others to take action. Question: what is one way you can inspire others to become more engaged citizens? A. By avoiding conversations about important issues. B. By leading by example and encouraging others to participate in civic activities. C. By keeping your actions and ideas to yourself.
Answer: B. By leading by example and encouraging others to participate in civic activities.
Exactly. When you lead by example, whether through volunteering, speaking out, or simply being kind, you inspire others to get involved. Why do you think setting an example is so powerful?
Because people are more likely to act when they see someone else doing it. It shows them that one person can make a difference, and it encourages them to take that first step.
That's right. People follow examples, and when you live out the values of citizenship, you become a role model. It's how movements grow, how communities strengthen, and how real change begins.
Mark now saw that leaving a legacy wasn't just about his own actions. It was about inspiring others to take action too. By leading with integrity, compassion, and courage, he could motivate others to join him in building a better world.
Finally, let's discuss the idea of continuous growth, how you can keep learning and growing as a citizen, even after this journey ends. Question: how can you continue to grow as a citizen after this journey? A. By assuming you've learned everything there is to know. B. By staying curious, continuing to learn, and engaging with new ideas. C. By ignoring new challenges and ideas that come your way.
Answer: B. By staying curious, continuing to learn, and engaging with new ideas.
Exactly. Being a good citizen means never stopping your growth. There's always more to learn, new perspectives to consider, and new challenges to face. Why do you think ongoing growth is important for citizenship?
Because the world is always changing. If you stop learning, you'll fall behind, and you won't be able to adapt to new challenges. But if you stay curious, you can keep improving and helping your community grow too.
That's exactly right. Citizenship isn't static, it's dynamic. It's about being open to learning and always striving to be better. When you keep growing, you help society grow too.
Mark realized that his journey didn't end with this conversation. It was just beginning. The lessons he had learned would continue to shape his actions, and his growth as a citizen would never truly be complete. Anne leaned forward, her voice filled with warmth and pride.
Mark, this is the end of our conversations, but it's just the beginning for you. You've learned so much, and now it's time to take everything you've learned and turn it into action. You're ready to leave a legacy of positive change.
Thank you, Anne. I'm ready to live these values and make a difference. I want to inspire others, continue learning, and do my part to make the world a better place.
And I have no doubt that you will. You have the heart, the courage, and the knowledge to create real change. Remember, the legacy you leave will inspire others long after you're gone. And that's the true power of citizenship.
As Mark walked out into the snowy streets one last time, he felt a sense of completion but also a new beginning. His journey to citizenship had been filled with lessons on integrity, compassion, resilience, courage, and action. But now, it was time to live those lessons. He understood that being a citizen wasn't just about knowing the right things. It was about doing the right things. It was about leaving a legacy, not just for himself, but for those who would follow. And as he stepped into his new life as a citizen, he felt ready to carry those values forward, inspiring others to do the same. As Mark reflects on the legacy he wants to leave, consider this. How can you inspire others to take action and make a positive impact in your community?
Question for the audience. What is one way you can continue to grow as a citizen? A. By assuming you know everything there is to know. B. By staying curious and continuing to learn from new ideas and challenges. C. By avoiding new challenges and staying in your comfort zone. Continuous growth is essential for being an engaged citizen, ensuring that you can adapt to new challenges and inspire positive change.
Here are 5 words and phrases related to the theme of U.S. citizenship test. Last part, a legacy of action.
Legacy. Something handed down from the past or something that a person leaves behind, especially in terms of values and actions that influence future generations. Curiosity. A desire to learn and explore new ideas, essential for continuous personal and civic growth. Inspiration. The process of being mentally stimulated to act or feel a certain way, often leading to positive change. Role model. A person whose behavior or success serves as an example for others, particularly in leading by example. Adaptation. The ability to adjust to new conditions or challenges, crucial for ongoing growth as a citizen.